They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Vaught runs up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I ain't your son. I ain't your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's because I'm made of silicone, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I ain't your son. I ain't your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Oops. What's up, everybody? This is Spook, and this is the Spook live stream. Sorry, I got this a little bit messed up. Hey, how is everybody doing there? How's it going, Riandus? Give me 1 second here. Yeah. So anyway, quick update. Yeah, I will be doing. I think I'm gonna be shifting to the schedule to one like Saturday YouTube stream, and then the Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday like evening Twitch streams, or it's like 8 p.m. Pacific Wednesday, Saturday, and then 9 p.m. Pacific Sunday. So this is just a quick update for anybody who is like wondering. So yeah, but anyway, that's just some random housekeeping stuff. What is happening there? Yeah, I was on a stream earlier today. Gay Gaming Pros is the name of the channel. Just all one, 3 words, no spaces. That's their channel, which was on the Twitch front page. It was pretty cool. It was on the Twitch front page, so there's like several hundred people in the stream. And also shout out to Elizabeth LaPonce, who is a indigenous game dev, like long-time veteran in the industry. Also knows John Romero, the OG creator of Doom, like the granddaddy of all first-person shooters, who apparently is maybe inviting all the indigenous devs to his house in Yashi's in Ireland. So, but shout out to Elizabeth LaPonce for helping set that up, and also to Gay Gaming Pros for the opportunity to come on and do some education about what it's like to be an indigenous game developer, which I am. I'm a native Hawaiian game developer, as well as activist. And we also had Naftali, also known as Veselikov, the creator of Umurangi Generation, which is a really cool indigenous Maori or created cyberpunk adventure game, cyberpunk game that centers around photography, but it's a very good it's a game about surviving the shitty future. But anyways, and we also had Miranda Due, D-U-E, I'm not sure if I might be pronouncing that wrong, who is a long time, also another veteran game developer, who works at Treyarch, which is associate producer on a variety of titles, including Call of Duty. So we should probably well, anyways, yeah. So I got to talk to Miranda, and I've talked to Talia on a couple streams, and it's always good to talk. But it was good to like meet Miranda, and it was a really good conversation to have. And yeah, it was on the Twitch front page, so they have some hook. I don't know how that works with Twitch, but it was set up that way. Gordon Bellamy was who is one of the kind of like I think the Gay Gaming Pros founders, who also works is also a longtime veteran in the game industry as well. Was kind of the main point of contact, and there's a bunch of other folks behind the scenes that were working. So yeah. Anyway, it was a really cool event. Yeah. Randy says, I'm always trying to follow more indigenous streamers. I've been watching Tim Conquest of Dread. Oh yeah, Conquest of Dread. I've been on streams with Tim. The indigenous. I did a couple like black. I did one indigenous cyberpunk creators panel like in December when Cyberpunk 2077, that buggy thing that has more bugs than Mr. Boogie Woogie Unzipped. And I did a stream with Tim of Conquest of Dread, who is also indigenous Maori content creator, tattoo artist, and has worked on like a lot of graphic arts and movies, including Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, Middle Earth, Hollywood AAA, well, Hollywood blockbusters. And so Tim is now streaming, and apparently people were saying, it'd be great, but just cut down on talking about all of these native issues and this leftist politics. Just stop talking about this communism stuff. Just talk about the video games. And Tim's like, no. That's what I say too when people say, oh, Silver Spook, just talk about Neofeud. Don't talk about politics. And I'm like, mother H fucker. Everything about Neofeud is political. The whole goddamn game is a politics. He's like, I might do a politics sometimes. It's like I don't pretend like Neofeud is not a super political cyberpunk game that is anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-racist, anti-colonialist. I don't make bones about it. I don't necessarily put it on the front of the Steam page, but I mean, you play it, you're gonna pick up on that. hopefully, unless you have extreme if you have extreme listening, reading, and game consumption inabilities, you're gonna pick up on that. I hope. Anyways, yeah, so we have with Tim and we had Tali. Well, Tim wasn't on this one, but anyway. But I also did. We had the Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Creator Indigenous Futures panel, which included Megan Byrne, who is an Indigenous person, game developer from the so-called Ontario area of so-called Canada. We had who else was on that? It was Megan Byrne. It was Santo Olvera Ojeda, who is Indigenous from Paraguay, creator of 1870 Cyberpunk Forever, which is an amazing. It's like that. It's like a 20-minute game, but to me, it's like one of the best Cyberpunk games ever made. Much better than Cyberpunk 2077, and it's free, and you can play it right now on itch.io. I mean, don't play it right now. Give me, like watch me for a little bit more and give me validation tokens. But Santo Olvera Ojeda, and then we also had Saber, who is Black from the UK, but does a lot of Afrofuturism videos and cyberpunk adjacent sort of stuff. And I'm currently reading the Deep on Saber's recommendation. I was on a non-compete. I was on a stream with non-compete and Saber at one point. That's how we I kind of discovered Saber. And we also had listen, I'm forgetting somebody. Was it Tim? Yeah, it was Conquest of Dread. Anyways, yeah. So yes. Anyway, that's what's been happening. That's just some housekeeping stuff. So, A Song of Texas Ice. What else I say am I going to talk about today? A Song of Texas Ice and California Wildfire and Neofeudal Space Kings / CEOs Part 2. Plus Neofeud 2. So I'm gonna show a little bit behind the scenes Neofeud 2 related stuff. So that's one kind of like Easter egg thing, bonus perk if you tune into the Silver Stream. Sometimes you'll like get behind the scenes. You can become a patron and for $1 or more, and then you get access to the Silver Spook Discord. Or you can just tune into the streams and you might get like snippets of like what I'm working on in Neofeud 2. This is a screenshot from Neofeud 1 of a slightly stylized artist rendering. I mean, that's me. Of a fully automated luxury space capitalist, partially automated luxury fascist capitalist hell, which is where I'm from. It's called Honolulu, Hawaii. It's an extremely unequal place where in Hawaii, Mark Zuckerberg now lives and has kicked 700 Native Hawaiians. On his 700 acre ranch that he owned for a decade and didn't spend any time on, and now he's kicking Hawaiians and suing the state of Hawaii to kick Hawaiians off of our ancestral fishing, gathering, medicinal plant, ag gathering, and food plant gathering grounds, because Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking piece of garbage, like all the billionaires that live here, including Larry Ellison, the fifth richest, who was recently the fifth richest person in the world, CEO of Oracle, bought the entirety of the island of Lanai for $330 million. Also, over a decade ago. Now he lives there. See, they own Hawaii. This is the thing. All the richest people on planet Earth all own my homeland. So it's like where they live. They don't live anywhere. They live in a disconnected, post-geographical Richistan agglomeration of the fanciest, Davos, reunions, family reunions of the people who destroyed the world, to quote Anand Giridharadas, which is also known as the Davos World Economic Forum, hedge fund conventions in Vegas, and then the Japanese circuit up in actual Neo-Tokyo cyberpunk dystopian hell, and then they also stay in Hawaii for a long time. But now, because of the pandemic, setting California on wildfire. So that's kind of the idea of A Song of Texas Ice and California Wildfire. That's a Game of Thrones reference, obviously. A Song of Ice and Fire, which is part Neofeud is like Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell, the kind of dystopias of Cyberpunk, Neuromancer, what Cyberpunk 2020 and 2077 by extension were kind of ripping off. Let's be real. They lifted Nuyen, Night City. Those specific terms are neologisms coined by William Gibson in Burning Chrome and Neuromancer, and they just lifted it and stuck it in their games. That's what it is. In their tabletop RPGs, in their video games, in their Sega Genesis hit Shadowrun. I mean, it's just straight ripped off. And which is why William Gibson comes out with things like Cyberpunk 2077 is Grand Theft Auto reskinned with tacky 80s retro feature, because there's some deep backstory lore in that, which I don't want to go too much into. But basically, the Cyberpunk, which is why I focus on it, because Cyberpunk, when it works well, it reveals realities about what the situation in which we live, in the ways that high fantasy, low fantasy, even space opera, far-flung science fiction, even fiction of the present don't really deal with. Techno thrillers have aspects of it, but they're too, good, basically, military industrial intelligence complex propaganda. Speculative fiction kind of touches on it a little bit. Cyberpunk is a kind of genre that really does it ostensibly tries not to kind of mask over all of the sociological, political, technological, social, junctures in a kind of very well realized world. That's one thing. The Neuromancer is a very well realized, and part of that is William Gibson has literally admitted, like, I think I have some sort of neurological defect. That's his words. I cannot stop obsessive compulsively describing objects, particularly hyper objects or fictional intangible seven function force feedback manipulators. It was a Russian wartime prosthetic, and they read like product descriptions sometimes people say, why is there so much Apple and Tesla product placement in this 2007 speculative fiction novel? But partially it's just that's the way they describe them. But then that when you do have that level of hyper specificity, it does give the world a very a level of verisimilitude, or a level of realism that that very high definition reality that a lot of writing can't really reach. I mean, he's very good at this. Mike Pondsmith wishes that he's quite as good as this. All the cyberpunk writers wish that they were as good as this. I mean, it's just the truth. But in some ways, it's kind of like he kind of goes too far off that. I shouldn't be criticizing, the Godfather of Cyberpunk that I interviewed on my Silver Spook YouTube channel. But anyways, but I mean, that's an important factor, is that like when you have that level of, and that's something like, I mean, I try to emulate aspects of that, because when you describe in very specific detail the world as it is, and even a fictional world, as Neofeud is not the present, right? It is stylized journalism of the present. So I don't write science fiction. I don't write cyberpunk science fiction. I write stylized journalism, where I take the worst parts of like I often bring up the worst parts of South African apartheid, post-apartheid, but not really slum, with Mumbai, shadow city of endless shanties, a Brazilian favela with armed guards surrounding a glittering diamond-studded palace, and barbed wire. I mean, I'm not joking. With armed militarized vehicles for the top 5% richest people, or the 3%, which is a Brazilian-created dystopian science fiction show on Netflix. The top 3% richest people, where everyone else outside of that live in utter poverty, abject poverty, slum sprawl, throwing bits of copper wire over the pipe, talking about electrical shortages, throwing bits of copper wire to siphon off a few hours of electricity a day to recharge a 30-year-old Dell Latitude, right? To maybe if I can get a few hours of power today, I'll crypto Bitcoin mine enough to drone in some food from the neighboring collapsing neo-imperial shithole, Literally, they're droning food across the border from Colombia. That's one of the things. They're mining Bitcoin in Venezuela because of. I mean, that's a long story. But anyways, so Neofeud is about all of these places that, because of a variety of intersecting, just catastrophically bad economics, ways of interacting with other people and cultures, result in these kind of slum sprawls, and Coastlandia is a fictionalized version of it. But I there's something to that level of specificity that a lot of academic ease doesn't. It like that is important as well to understand the theory of how this functions. But there's something that really grounds and provides a kind of like deep experience, and a lot of the massive complexities that cannot be captured in 400-page academic paper, academic ease, to the extent that there still exist academic institutions. America doesn't really have any. They have hedge funds masquerading as places of learning, with lazy rivers for Mark Zuckerberg's children, Elon Musk's children, where they can hang out with NSYNC and take selfies with Justin Bieber. They don't really have places of learning anymore, and all the college professors are all starving. That's why I try to bring up every stream the reality of the United States, because the second you leave a Silver Spook stream, you're going to go back to a fictionalized version, which you will consume through the virtual reality, which the billionaire class want to stick your face. Imagine a human, if you want this vision of the future, imagine an emaciated face jacked into Elon Musk's Neuralink with a Mark Zuckerberg branded AR visor in a virtual Happy Among Us, Minecraft, Endors, Call of Duty, CD Projekt Red, Cyberverse, or Pokemon, or Ready Player One fictional universe forever until they all. That's literally a plot point of Neofeud 2, which is where the entire planet literally dies with their faces stuck in virtual reality, and then the Mark Zuckerberg and the VR venture capitalists out of Silicon Valley literally came out with an article saying that that's a good solution to the political crises and the problems of Earth. Just jack everyone into VR until everybody starves to death, or dies of lack of insulin with diabetic ketoacidosis, or just like gets bits of 777 Boeing planes crashing on their head, or just burns to a crisp, or freezes to death in the middle of a Texas Day After Tomorrow prequel called Tomorrow, which is what's happening right now. So part of Neofeud is to kind of like, with the thing with cyberpunk that gets me is like, it's not really that we need to predict a cautionary future. We just need to describe the present. Fiction, like literary fiction, which is mostly about skepsizing, sesquipedalian word salad producers. The word sesquipedalian is literally a word that means people who are obsessed with complex and obscure words, which is what most of academia is. It's useless imperialism with white paper characteristics. I'm going to talk about that specifically, and how they participate in gatekeeping indigenous people of color and people trying to decolonize and leftists out of power structures. They're an important gatekeeping facility. And that, the capacity for people to literature itself. Literature, I mean, I'm talking about literature that's written right now and goes in. It's usually about some burnt out, double PhD major in, writing Orange is the New Black Netflix original series, and then that failed and went to jail for having a fling with a crack dealer from Paraguay and how romantic that was. And then they ate, pray, love across the globe and started 3 NGOs providing fresh water to Africa while also operating as a psyop for the CIA to drop in another war and a collapsing collapsing civilization so that they could suck all the oil out. And after they did their job, did their tenure, they did their sabbatical, pretending to provide healthcare to Nigerians and actually killing them by the 400 or Ugandans, which is literally what happened. And then as a pretext for U.S. and Western imperial invasion. Then they come back to New York. They come back to Greenwich, Connecticut. They come back to Orange County, right? And then they write some half-ass story about how they learn things while being in prison, but not really so much, and then making tons of money from that. And then they write a novel, and that goes into literature section. It's about how I learned to eat, pray, love. I learned some white fragility maybe one time, and that's what passes for literature. That's not describing reality. That is liberal distraction, cat food to feed the cats of the wealthy. They're also known as the black sheep of billionaire families. Banking cartels, mega corporations, like real existing mega corporations, not Terrell Corp or Militech, and military-industrial complex ghouls who have killed 3 million Muslims and displaced another 37 million. What's that? Hey, Non-Compete. Hey, everybody. I am Silver Spook. Thanks to Non-Compete for the raid. Thanks, Comrade American Johnson and Luna Oi. I'm Silver Spook. I'm a Native Hawaiian activist and also a defender of our sacred mountain here in Hawaii, Mauna Kea, where we endured the largest police and military action in the history of Hawaii under the ongoing illegal occupation of the biggest white supremacist, hyper-capitalist, now thankfully collapsing empire, the United States, here in Hawaii. And I talk a lot about that. I talk a lot about my game Neofeud, which is I'm also a indie cyberpunk game developer and a Native Hawaiian. That sounds like two very different things and disparate things right now. I hope one day that people will accept that indigenous people work on advanced artificial intelligence spacecraft that are more advanced than anything that any Western empire has ever dreamt up, which is literally what Hawaiians were doing 100 years ago. Inventing actual subaquatic vehicles, which there are actual blueprints and patents for, while Jules Verne was dreaming up 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. But anyway, so all what I do is I make overtly anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-racist cyberpunk games such as Neofeud, which is what I often talk about. And I'm working on Neofeud too. And then I do these streams, just to kind of just get a lot of things off of my chest, basically. And so I'm going to play the trailer for that real quick, just for all the new people that have dropped in there. Although I think if you're from Non-Compete, you probably know. I've been on Non-Compete like at least a dozen times by now. I think I've stamped my Non-Compete subway card with like 12 little, oblong holes. I want my Non-Compete, my non-competitive red and black food-colored banh mi. I want my anarchist or Marxist-Leninist banh mi. Okay, my free banh mi, because the vegan one's fine. I'll take the pork or the chicken. Okay, but anyway, I'm just kidding. I have been on Non-Compete a lot of times. Now we're gonna play the Neofeud trailer, and I'll be right back.
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Human sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Have some trouble, youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family.
smash all of the crowns, and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Anyway, so yeah, that is Neofeud. That's the yeah. Somebody asked, is that a point? Yeah, it is a point-and-click adventure game. It is made with Adventure Game Studio, which is the it's a retro engine that's very old. It's used to make games like in the Monkey Island, Sierra, and LucasArts, like 90s style of games. And Neofeud is like that, but not quite as, I would say, difficult as those puzzle games are. It's made more for the story, the narrative experience, the world, the characters, and what the game is trying to say. So it's similar, but it's not as like the focus is not on puzzle solving, right? The focus is on the story and what is happening in the world. Some people have commented it's like Disco Elysium but more cyberpunk, with better social commentary and less infuriating. That was from somebody in extremely online lefts. So that's if people that's one comparison to modern games. Is like Disco Elysium is also very narrative centered, not so combat centered, I would say. And so there's definitely a similarity there. Anyways, but yeah, that's the flagship game at the Neofeud, which is created by myself. Neofeud is majority. The first one is majority. I did the writing, the art, the music, the programming, and about half of the voice acting. Holly Argent is my partner here at the Silver Spook Worker Cooperative of us, and we're soon going to be joined by another native Hawaiian friend of mine, longtime friend, Kama, who is going to be coming to stay at the Silver Spook compound. The Silver Spook Worker Cooperative has no bosses, there is no crunch, there is no capitalism. What we produce, how we produce it, and what we do with the profit is split equally. Every person who worked, there were other people that did work on Neofeud, mostly voice acting, and there was beta tester, a QA, basically. Every person that put hours into Neofeud gets exactly the same amount of revenue they're basically paid exactly the same per hour on a revenue split. There is no difference between the senior tech lead or programmer. A voice actor isn't paid less or in kudos. I don't accept that. The QA, quality assurance, who routinely make $4 or I'll pay you in kudos and credits on this AAA game per hour, are paid exactly the same as whatever everyone else is paid. And that's the way Neofeud 2 is being made. And also that the Silver Spook compound, which is on decolonizing indigenous native Hawaiian land, there are no landlords, there is no rent. Everybody provides from their ability to maintain housing. For example, put up drywall, patch roof, do the yard work, maintain the plumbing. If they are less able, they don't have the ability, they don't have the time, etc. at the moment, then they are housed either way. And that's what we're trying to expand that to if someday I hope to have like just a bigger and bigger compound. We're also making anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist. It doesn't have to specifically be cyberpunk games, but that people can work, live, and work, particularly for Native Hawaiians, because we're in Hawaii in a massively billionaire-owned. Hawaii is one of the highest concentration of billionaires on the planet. I went on a long discussion about that. Mark Zuckerberg owns 700-acre ranch on Kauai, and he's currently trying to kick Native Hawaiians off of their ancestral fishing, hunting, and medicinal gathering grounds. Larry Ellison owns Lanai, an entire one of our islands, which he purchased for $330 million about 12 years ago. He now lives there. I'm just waiting for Elon Musk to get his private jet, his G6, taking an emergency U-turn as Texas freezes over in a day after tomorrow hellscape, and then pivot to the sunny shores of Kauai and buy that whole island. I'm just waiting for that to happen. I'm sure it's gonna happen any second now. Elon was thinking of moving to Texas, but like Elon, just be like all of your other asshole billionaire American white guys and buy up another entire piece of our indigenous homeland. So that we can overthrow your fucking asses. Anyways, hey Aaron Victoria, what's up? Aaron Victoria is a producer on Terminus Cyberstar, which is another game I'm working on. But this is like I'm not the lead on that project. I provided world and story, content design, kind of like game design to Aaron and a group of like 5 or 6 other folks that are working on a sequel to Terminus Machina, which is a Deus Ex Total Conversion, which you can play for free if you have the original Deus Ex from 2000, another cyberpunk RPG that has less bugs than Mr. Boogie Woogie from Nightmare Before Christmas, right? Unlike Cyberpunk 2077, which has more bugs than Mr. Boogie Woogie, right? And explodes your Xbox, melts your PS4, and sends bits of shrapnel from your PC through your eye. If your eyes aren't bleeding out from the literal, photosensitive epilepsy diagnoses that they blast into your face. Thanks a lot, CD Projekt Red. Anyways, that's not good. I'm being sarcastic. That's terrible. We're working on Terminus Cyberstar, which is a cyberpunk RPG that's a sequel to Terminus Machina, where you play a homeless socialist hacktivist revolutionary dodging fully automated, Terminator police robots that can run 35 miles per hour, shoot, as accurately, as a RoboCop, and literal drones are bombing you for saying the word socialism into any internet, or being an anarchist, and your facial recognition and gait recognition gets you caught up, or a Black Lives Matter protester for that matter, and get you dropped into an iPhone 9 factory worker slave pit where you can produce Apple products for the rest of your life as the Pluto claves, which make Brazilian Rio favela surrounded by ensconcing a neo-feudal palace look like a day in the park. That's what Terminus Machina is. I exclusively make, not exclusively, I think I'm gonna make a little less dystopian games one day, but I've made Terminus Machina a very dystopian game, in some ways worse than Neofeud. Yeah, you're just trying to jailbreak iPhone 9 factory worker slaves. Inside Terminus Cyberstar, you are a literal, you are a migrant, you're a minority who was put into a concentration camp and tortured there, and you didn't die or have your reproductive organs excised from your abdomen. That's a normal thing America does to Hispanic peoples. And in Terminus Cyberstar, you survive a ICE concentration camp as an immigrant, as an illegal immigrant, and you're being hunted down by the police in a homeless tent city, trying to survive robotic police again. But it doesn't take place on Earth, and that's what I'm currently working on with Aaron. That's not the entirety of the game, but that is I like to bring that up because that's the difference between Grand Theft Auto reskinned with 80s retro future pretending to be cyberpunk, that is Cyberpunk 2077, and actual cyberpunk. Anyways, yeah, so both Neofeud and Terminus Machina and Terminus Cyberstar, and they're all cautionary tales about why you need to, if you're in non-compete. I'm sure non-compete talks a lot about we should never do anything illegal, because that would be a violation of the term of service of the Death Star satellites that we currently stream from. But anyways, we need to make those changes sooner rather than later. The point of Neofeud and Terminus Machina is to make the changes now, right? Not wait around to find out. Particularly if you live in the United States, things are looking too close to Terminus Machina and Neofeud as we speak. It's not looking good, and so the point of those they are cautionary tales about those realities, and they're also about tales about my experiences, as a social worker, STEM teacher, ghettoized Native Hawaiian, where we all die at the age of 39 on average, living in a food desert, eating exclusively like red dye covered canned spam. Usually the neighbors, they ate that for dinner, and people just routinely die of diabetes. The water comes out with lead, copper, and chromium-6, which is poison, in Hawaii. Not the part where the fake Hawaiian women on the side of a white man CEO corporation's plane lands, and then you get lays, and then they take you to the hotel. The other part of Hawaii, where all the servants live, where all the slaves live, that's where I'm from. The tour buses don't go past the, that part of the real part of Hawaii. You go past a capitalist Potemkin village. It's called Hilton Hawaiian Village. They have the military the military have their own Hilton Hawaiian Village, and then there's Hilton Hawaiian. Then there's the Polynesian Cultural Center, which is billionaire Republican conglomerate owned with the Latter-day Saints, which is all about doing fire dances and and then you have all of the fake plastic luau's, where we do bastardizations of our sacred hula, which is not entertainment. That's that's our culture. That's our prayers for our ancestors, for the gods, for that those are our sacred ways. But it's all turned into a giant Disneyland theme park / Vegas stripper show version with sexy feather headdresses, with cellophane leis, plastic green hula skirt bullshit for the entertainment of the richest top 10% of the world, which you probably can't. If you're in a non-compete stream, you can't afford to come to Hawaii anyway and stay in one of those things because it's going to cost you $3,000 or more. Plus, don't come because it's a pandemic. And we don't need another 500. 500,000 Americans have already died. Rest in peace. We don't need a lot of that right now. We don't have to spreading any more plague. Anyways, so we talked about profit share. It is by profit share. That's what he was explaining, which is why I was confused. Most of the voice actors are getting a portion of the ongoing. Yeah. So literally, for example, if it takes 3,000 hours to work on Neofeud, right? Let's just say I worked on it for 2.5 years, most of it while basically being homeless. So, you ever been homeless? Like, without a place to live, working full time, living in a monster tribute, providing, eating spoonfuls of peanut butter for dinner, giving ramen with frozen peas and carrots to your wife and your children, and feeling terrible about that? You ever done that? I made Neofeud while literally being homeless while working full time as a social worker with Honduran asylum seekers. 30% of the children were homeless. The technical term is at-risk inner-city youth, okay? Literal Bloods and Crips with guns in the classroom. Ideally, we wouldn't... it's not like we asked them to bring them, but I mean, they're armed individuals in a collapsing hellscape because they're impoverished, disproportionately black, disproportionately brown, disproportionately Native and Pacific Islander. And while I was doing that, I was working on Neofeud 1. At the end, I did bring out the voice actors that were brought in to do a lot of the voices. I needed to do it mostly myself because I couldn't get any funding to tell the story I wanted to tell. I literally went to 2 different publishers and they said, we're not going to take on your game because you talk too much about Clintons, Bushes, Gates, Waltons. You reference too much of this capital. It's too on the nose. Basically, it's too political. It's too, you're calling out capitalism. You're calling out imperialism. You're describing too much reality. You're naming too many names. And they said, you got to rewrite the whole game. Remove all of the politics, right? Everything is political. And I said, fuck you. I'm just going to do it myself. And but anyway, all the voice actors. So let's say if it was 3,000 hours on Neofeud, if you work 40 hours, as an example, or let's be more accurate. So like let's say you work 30 hours, right? 1% of 3,000 hours is 30 hours. So if you work 30 hours, let's say you're voice acting, you had to produce I was like, okay, I need you to do Roy Batty as a replicant, but now he's been working as Walter White, in a myth lab. So kind of do like a cross between Walter White and Roy Batty kind of voice. And the character, and I wanted to kind of maybe a little bit of Ash from Alien, maybe a more British kind of scientist sort of voice, okay? And I need you to be this really upset scientist who's literally been put in a cage by literally in a box and forced to produce artificial intelligent sentient beings who are then utilized as slave labor and utilized as Android 7 servants for neo-feudal literal gold-studded Mark Zuckerberg the Gates Walton Corporation children to play with and have them cook all their food and then they throw them out of the palace. Okay, so pretend like there's a scientist who has created millions worked on inventing millions of sentient machines to watch them be tortured forever. Imagine what that would be like. Okay, now I need you to do this voice acting. Okay, now act this character, do these 3,000 lines, 4,000 lines. It takes time for them to listen to this, think about that, kind of sink into the character, absolve, like what would a race of sentient, what would a person who is being literally dumped into a cage for speaking out against Google, Terrell Corporation, some like fictional company, unethical uses of artificial intelligence, and then forced to produce these creatures. It takes like hours and hours. Even if the lion's reading, it takes 2 hours, but it takes hours and hours and hours to really imbibe the character, right? And to really method act, or however you act, whatever you do. You went to Juilliard, like Alan Tudyk, you know, I mean, whatever, and like, so I'm like, so the voice actors, they was important. So the voice actors like I was like, you know, I just estimate it's like 30 hours of work to do that character. So you have to do a few of those characters. Then if the total amount of time that was put into the game is 3,000 hours, if you did 30 hours, 1% of 3,000, you will have in perpetuity, for example, if Neofeud sells, let's say, I mean, we don't make a ton of money. We make, Silver Spook Games make, as a company, like for myself, Holly, and the 2 kids, we make less than poverty wages, or right around poverty, like less than 20,000. We're not rich. So, but let's say like Neofeud sells like $1,000 worth of, like Steam takes a cut. So let's say like Neofeud sells 20 copies at $15, and it sells, that's, $400, and it sells another 50, 60, 100 copies at $5. You know, maybe 150 copies on sale at $4.50, right? So for that month, we made, minus the Steam cut, it's like 1,000, and there's an itch.io as well, if you want to get it on Mac and Linux. Let's say the game made $1,000 in net revenue, minus the cuts for the platform distributors, right? Then if you worked 1% of the total hours, you get 1% of that revenue, right? If you work, let's say you work 10%. No, I worked the majority of it, right? But because I was doing like the writing itself took like a year, probably. The art definitely took like a year. All this together, it's about 3 years. So the writing, the art, the programming, like, you know, a lot of that was, you know, debugging it took a while. It's like a 10 to 15 hour game. So like but that was the brunt of the time. But if you worked 1% of the time on Neofeud, of the total hours worked, you get exactly 1%. So it's not like Silver Spook gets, 20, 30 an hour, and then you get 10, right? Or, QA tester, the QA person worked at least, it was like, it was part-time for at least a couple of weeks, right? So like that, the QA tester gets like exactly, 1% or whatever it is, in perpetuity. So that's the kind of way that we set up. That's the best way we could kind of manage. There's better ways to set it up, and like if we have like people that are like more, Holly is a permanent member that is also my partner, and guess what, care workers work. So all of the work that Holly puts in, for example, while we're like homeless, right, trying to take care of kids, trying to help people of color not get murdered by police in the streets for being Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. I mean, to be clear, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders are shot and murdered by cops 6 times more per capita than white people in Hawaii. So it's actually it's like about twice as bad as, statistically, compared to the ratio of police murdering black people than white in mainland United States. So while I'm working on that, when I come home, and during the day, Holly does a lot of important care work, which is, I don't treat care work. That's another important thing I like to bring up. The care work that Holly does is whatever artificial intelligence programming that I do, whatever game design software that I do, whatever fancy 4-year degree that I do have a computer science degree, whatever that is, not that I don't judge that as more or less valuable than the care work. In fact, the care work, if anything, is the most revolutionary thing that we can do, which is actually raising, as Uncle Ho, if you come from Nankapit, you should know a little Uncle Ho. To have a socialist society, you need to raise socialist human beings. So that's one of the most important things that I do, to take as much part as I can in that as well. And we currently teach Native Hawaiian language, which Hawaiian language was banned in Hawaii until 1986. If you spoke Hawaiian, you could go to prison. The Hawaiian culture was banned. It still is banned in Hawaii. Native Hawaiian professor Kaliko Ka'eo went to jail for speaking Hawaiian in a courtroom in 2018. So officially, it's not illegal to speak Hawaiian. Unofficially, it still is. Practicing Hawaiian culture on Mauna Kea, as you can see, is liable to get you arrested. Having Hawaiian language on your car, having the Hawaiian flag, doing actual Hawaiian hula, not the fake plastic one. Doing the real hula, which is an empowering act, is not sexual, is not tranquil and peace. It's not a rinky-dink Danho ukulele while rich white people are sipping, giant blue buckets of Blue Hawaii Mai Tais on a Corona commercial blue white sand beach with some Hawaiian people doing a dance, or some Westworld replicants. That's the way they treat us, doing a fake Hawaiian dance. Real hula is empowering. Real hula it can be scary. It can be frightening for Western people, because some of it's about defense, and it's about the not necessarily militarized, but some of it is militant. It's about, we are going to defend our people. It's not here for your gaze, your male gaze, your imperialist gaze. It's not here for your sexual objectification. It's not here for your R&R. It's here for itself. That's what actual hula is. You'll never see that in most of the resorts that you will ever come to Hawaii for. So if you ever do come, don't come now, because you're gonna crash in a plane as a piece of a Boeing 777, because America doesn't make planes anymore. America makes tin cans with RC motors in them that crash and burn in the sky, killing hundreds of people. Like, for example, in Ethiopia and Malaysia, like the Boeing 737 MAX. So don't fly in an American plane unless you want to explode and have bits of your wreckage crashing in suburbs somewhere in Colorado. But if there are any goods that are not made in America because America is gonna die soon, that you could maybe fly in, don't stay in Waikiki. I'm alluding to, there was a plane that literally exploded, with burning engines, dropping shrapnel all over the continental United States. It was going to Honolulu and then had to turn around. Because America's infrastructure, its planes, cars are collapsing, and there's nothing will ever be made again, and it's very sad. But I mean, I don't really care. I do feel bad for anybody who was hurt and killed by that. If you lost, if you got grounded and you had to change your plans, I mean, I'm very sorry. You lost some money on that because the airlines, put one over you and is not going to give you a refund on its burning plane. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. At the same time, I'm not sorry that the United States empire will have to withdraw billions of dollars worth of aircraft carriers, Marine, Army, Air Force, and Navy troops from our islands, from Pearl Harbor, from Wheeler Air Force, Wheeler Army Base, from all of Hawaii is a giant base. 25% of Oahu literally is bases, where they have 180 million gallons of unused World War II diesel fuel in rusting 55-gallon drums underneath an area called Red Hill, which is very close to where I'm from, which is currently seeping toxic fossil fuel into our aquifer, into the soil, that my family, my kids from my neighborhood need to drink. And the U.S. military said it's not a problem. And if it is, we're not going to do anything about it. The U.S. government, which is the U.S. government, is the military-industrial complex. So the governor and the mayor have all said, well, let's just wait and see. Like, waiting to see if metastasized lymphoma will just go away. It's not. It's going to poison my family. So I would love it if you all could take your military and go the fuck home. That would be amazing. So I'm not really going to cry any tears for the dying Star-Spangled Rome as it crashes into the fucking Pacific and Atlantic. And I mean, literally, the rusting aircraft carriers. You got to take care of those aircraft carriers. I was talking to a ex-Navy, ship, major, and it was like those carriers are like rusting. They're like giant buckets of rust and duct tape held together by like patriotism and prayers to Jesus Christ, obviously. No Mecca, but so this is what's going to happen. Is the military is just going to rust away. I mean, hopefully they don't, the military-industrial complex doesn't just like nuke the entire planet. I hope that's not what happens. They go like, you know what? Because the Navy, senior Navy official did come out recently, and it was like the, Military and Strategic Institute, some board member of Lockheed Martin. It was like, the United States must prepare for nuclear war with Russia and China. They just came out and said that, and it's like, wait, why? Because it's very likely. Why? It's like, we can't. You don't prepare for nuclear war. What are you going to duck and cover when 10 million degree nuclear radioactive fire incinerates everything? What? That's Biden. That's Biden's strategy. Is just duck and cover while all our life on Earth is incinerated, and we commit homicide. and then we can LARP Mad Max, but for real, or Fallout, but for real, like in 50, 60 years, or probably never. So anyways, Pepsi once owned the world's largest militaries. No, really, yeah. Thanks for that, Double Dragon. Anyways, so that's enough of that rant. That's some Hawaii trivia though. So, that's a huge problem. There were 15,000 pounds of C4 equivalent munitions were bombarded in a joint U.S. Army Air Force action on Mauna Kea with a B-52A Stratofortress. You know Luna Oi. You come from non-compete, right? You should know something about Vietnam. If not, you should upgrade your listening skills or get a cyber ear, like or something from cyberpunk, because you live in a cyberpunk dystopia. The B-52A Stratofortresses that were sent to Vietnam to drop more bombs than were dropped on all sides in World War II combined, those same B-50, they were sent up to Hawaii to bomb our mountain in 2019, less than 2 years ago. Oh, you didn't hear about that? While we were on the mountain, they dropped 15,000 pounds of C4 equivalent on that mountain. If you don't know what that's like, imagine, you ever been like, when you listen to, you see lightning, a flash of lightning, like a zigzag of white phosphorus streaking across the sky, and you're like, I wonder how far away that lightning is, right? You're like 1,000, 2, 1,000, boom, and you hear the thunder. Imagine the thunder going off, right? Imagine the thunder going off like 100 feet above your head, What would that sound like, right? The earth shaking, and then and then you're terrified. Did everybody just die? They dropped the bombs like 6 miles from us. They flew Black Hawk helicopters, military helicopters, over 70-year-old disabled Native Hawaiian kupuna, our elders' tents. They flashed the lights in. They had militarized police and military vehicles out there. Basically, they had signs in only Hawaiian that said on Mauna Kea, there will be no health care for you here. There will be no help for you here. If you enter this mountain, you will not leave. Basically, it was threatening to kill Hawaiians. We basically called their bluff. We said, I don't think you can get away with it because this is in Iraq. And I say every day, every time I stream, I say, thank God we're not in Iraq where they could just they don't have to drop the bomb 6 miles from you. They can drop the bomb right on your children's preschool, and then little bits of your toddlers, you got to pick them up, with the little skin and guts, and maybe you and then you get to go and talk a little bit like Richard Medhurst about this, and then you can get your channel shadow ban blacklisted, and no one ever hear from you again. So thank God we're not in Iraq or in Vietnam in 1970. Like we have there's too many billionaire Mark Zuckerberg children trying to be trustafarian fake anarchists with vegan cleanse raw vegan YouTube channels, LARPing revolution in somewhere in Pahoa, right, with mommy and daddy's credit card, getting Twitch followings with 5,000 viewers, that they buy from giant mega corporations that deal in content delivery, and we're too close to them. Some of them are actually friends with Hawaiians, and so they wouldn't want little bits of bloody bone from a Hawaiian slapping Mark Zuckerberg's kid's face. It would be like, it would mess with their makeup while they're trying to have even lighting and taking their Instagram selfies. So that's the difference between Hawaii and Iraq and Hawaii and Vietnam in the 70s. We're too close to billionaire children. That's one strategy. See, if you're in the dark in an alley somewhere far away from the billionaire children, then the cops can just take out a 9mm pistol and shoot you in the head like this. That's how it works. They can just take it out and shoot you, right? Like 6 times more than white people. That's what they do in the areas that I'm from. They just kill you. Or they can dump you into a deep dark hole. Or they can just drop meth and poverty into an area and they say, here, you want to survive? Push a bunch of drugs that will destroy your entire community on the street until everybody, and then justify a crackdown and then talk about brown on brown crime. But if you're like very close to some rich white kids, they don't want to like violently hurt anybody too explosively. It's too close, right? If you're 700 miles north of Vancouver, it's a little too close, right? Wet'suwet'en are having fossil fuel pipelines shoved illegally onto their indigenous territory against state, provincial, federal, international law, United Nations Declarations of the Rights of Indigenous People. It's a little too close. But if they're in Paraguay, they just what they do is they take out an AR-15. They have a bunch of paramilitary, rejects from the Marines or ex-Marines, Betsy DeVos's brothers, mercenaries with little notches on the hammer of Mjolnir. Next to the hammer of Mjolnir on their military helmet, they have notches about all the brown and black people they killed. They send them down to Paraguay and they just murder them all, just like with fully automatic rifle fire. Or like in Bolivia, they just murder them all. But when you are in a very white first world country, very close to billionaire and millionaire, or just rich white suburbanite children, high frequency trading algorithm programmer daughters and sons. And I was trained to be one of those, by the way, at private school that my parents could only afford because my dad taught there, but he was a poor brown person like me at this school. And if you're too close to one of those people, they can't just kill you, because it will cause pangs of guilt in their children, and they don't want to traumatize their children. Why would you want to traumatize Piper Chapman? She has so much ahead of her. She could write Orange is the Black 2.0, right? Why would you want to traumatize the vegan cleanse billionaire trustafarian actual real life Prince of Sybil, in Pahoa, Hawaii, who is like farming organic kale, but is terrible at it and has to actually go shop at the Food Land and the Safeway all the time. But I'm like doing my best. I'm like farming organic kale in a commune, and I'm like, I've got a bunch of, and then eating the plants off the ground, consuming raw slugs, which causes rat lung disease as nematodes and spirochetes swim into their brain and replicate, and then they have these horrible illnesses. But they're trying their best. They're trying their best, and then when they get bored and give up on the anarchism, the fake anarchism that they're doing, they'll go back and have a L'Oreal product line. They'll sell a bunch of $500 lipstick in this specific cerulean shade to the daughters and sons of the new Parisian bourbon kings and queens. And we don't want to trouble those future L'Oreal models. We don't want to traumatize them by actually having them witness dead black and brown people. And there's so many hundreds of thousands of Hawaiians, out there in the street. It would be really hard to round them all up and put them in a dark alley and then shoot them all, like you do in Paraguay, like you do in Iraq, like you do in countless countries in the shadow wars in Africa, like you do in like you tried to do in Vietnam, like you do all over the world, like you do in all the alleys in Oakland, like you do with the kids in Baltimore who are standing in front of a 7-Eleven while black, and then a cop goes, "Hey, you see this Beretta? I just happened to pick it up out of the back of this police vehicle with 25 behind them, and now it belongs to you, Jamal. Oh, look, it's got your fingerprints all over it. It's time to go to prison and make Amazon vegan and non-vegan cheese for the rest of your fucking life in a for-profit prison so that I can make my 30 black criminal gangbanger arrest quota and make my mortgage and keep my $1.5 million pension like Derek Chauvin." So anyways, yeah, so anyways, that's not quite what I wanted to talk about, but that is some stuff that I often talk about. What I wanted to talk specifically about is, and I have trouble. To full disclosure, when I speak on behalf of children who are dead because they were killed by the violence of poverty, under capitalism, under imperialism, under colonialism, under racism. They just died because, some of them just starved. Some of them, there's 60 times more malnutrition deaths in the United States compared to Vietnam, or they were killed by rival gang members. Like I know specific ones that were in my science, technology, engineering, and math class. They were Samoan, Chukis, which is, if you know where Micronesia is, it's not the preferred term, but I mean Chuk is one of the it's in the Pacific. Filipino, and they are dead. They were killed by cops at the age of 14. They were killed by each other. Not because they wanted to, but that's just what happens when you have gang violence and eternal violence. People in an area filled with terrible drugs that produce uncontrolled emotions, uncontrolled terrible drug habits that result in violence. Or they're in prison forever. And so when you go to prison forever in Arizona, mechanically separating Tyson chicken nuggets, piecing together bits of Nokia or iPhones, doing the call center support for iPhones, Androids, making Twitch headsets, right? Which is what you do in a for-profit prison when you get arrested in Hawaii for being brown. that you can't speak for yourself. Your story can't be heard. So I am a vessel for hundreds of kids that I've worked with as a social worker and a STEM teacher. So when it gets really real, it's because I don't have time for bullshit. And if you got to take time to recollect the spoons that you have, you do what you got to do. But also remember, when you're living in that life, there's no space or time to there is no safe anything there. There's no safe home. There is no home. There's only suffering. There's only death. There's only just the banal, boring grind of having to survive in an actual cyberpunk dystopia. It's called being poor and black or brown in the United States. It's called living in a colonial hell. It's called being, and it's worse if you're outside of the imperial metropole. You're in one of the places America is trying to suck the resources out of, or Europe with it. It's much worse. And so part of what I do, my job, is to bring a small shred of that to people who think they know what they are talking about but don't, to people who like to LARP black and brown and indigenous poverty. It's called cyberpunk. It's called high-tech low life. And to bring some reality to what that is. It's not about jumping around, shooting 50 caliber retractable Gatling guns out of your arm with render cops and big titty ninja waifus. It's not fun. It's not shadow running around doing a bunch of heists. It's not what happens. It's not now people do there are crimes obviously, but it's not glamorous. It's a lot of violence. It's a lot of suffering. It's terrible. It's atrocious. It makes you feel like you want to throw up. If you are playing a cyberpunk game and you don't feel like you need to throw up, that's dishonest depictions of actual high-tech, low-life urban experiences in collapsing imperial metropoles. If you don't feel like you're going to throw up when you're playing a game about Fallujah, as an example, 6 Days in Fallujah, they're doing that wrong. You are glamorizing genocide. You're glamorizing the military-industrial complex. You are glamorizing war crimes. You are erasing experiences. You are manufacturing consent to planetary imperialism, planetary capitalism, and the global death cult. And so part of what I talk about is, if you need to escape, go play some Mario, play some Tetris, play some indie whatever, bartending game. But if you're gonna make a game about real wars, like the United States invasion of Iraq, if you're gonna make games that are ostensibly about the experiences of poor and people of color in Oakland, in Chicago, in Harlem, in the Baltimore, don't lie, don't glamorize, don't erase, and don't paper over and make a fun Disneyland theme park tour version of those experiences. You can, and I will fucking call you the fuck out on it. Because I have watched too many children die and go to prison forever. And my family's too busy suffering. Friends of mine, like my friend Kama, is a native Hawaiian who is displaced from his homeland. He has to leave because of this bullshit. And the complete lack. Hawaii is one of the best kept secrets. It's this whole place is talk about cultural appropriation. Hawaii is cultural genocide. It's cultural prostitution. Go read Hana and K. Trask's From a Native Daughter. It's one of the best kept fucking secrets the United States ever produced. It's fucking tropical getaway for every cog working 360 days a year. Well, now you can't even take vacation because you're too busy trying to pay your student debt and scrounge enough money to not die from insulin. But back when there used to be vacations for the non-cannibalized millennial and Gen Zs, for the Gen X and Boomers, Hawaii was an amazingly well-kept secret. But my job is to blow the bullshit washing. Anyway, A Song of Ice and California Wildfire and Neofeud Space Kings. We're kind of back to this topic, but anyway, and so that's what. So when I go on this, that's why I have to kind of I don't know. I don't have to, but it just happens because that's the. And Neofeud is a game about all of that, in a more entertaining, less direct way. It's a cyberpunk point and click adventure game that's fun, but that's what it's about. You know, it's about all of that. It's about social, political, economic inequality, to put it very lightly. And it's about living in Hawaii. I don't put Neofeud as a game about the experience of being a Hawaiian, because nobody would believe it, because there's $7 trillion worth of planetary propaganda, including your entire education system, including every 51st Stage Blue Hawaii television show, anything that's ever read and said in CNN, left, right, and center media about Hawaii. Virtually all of it is brushing over the reality, because if the reality was to be known, America wouldn't have 50 states, and would lose $50+ billion worth of tourist industrial complex revenue for its richest. You want to give Donald Trump money? Stay in the Ritz-Carlton. You want to give Goldman Sachs money? That's currently eating all of Texas. Stay in with collateralized dead Texan because of frozen pipe obligations. Stay in the Turtle Bay Resort. You want to give Mitt Romney and Marriott Hotel, the biggest conglomerate in the world based in America, money? Stay in any of the Marriott hotels, which are like, there are countless of them all over, particularly Honolulu, all over Oahu, all over Hawaii. You want to give Larry Ellison money? Come to Lanai, because he owns the entirety of it. He has a bunch of underpaid Micronesian slaves that he brings in, ships in, and then has them work for terrible starvation wages and maltreats. And sexual abuse is epidemic in the hotel. It's just imagine being surrounded by some of the richest, most powerful people in the world, and you are forced to work there and you can't escape. And then they are aroused by you, and then they want to do whatever, and then the hotel backs them. You know, talk about with all of this abuse, all sexual and all abuse, period, terrible. But in hotels, there are orgs. Holly is going to drop some links specifically to fight against these abuses in the tourism industry. It is abominable. Anyways, that's what this picture is about. It's about these experiences. Second AI researcher, yeah. Let me get back to the thing that I hand up over here. Yeah. So, the United States, I mean, as I kind of have alluded to, the United States is undergoing a massive, United States, not just the United States, the entire West, right, is undergoing a deep structural collapse, but especially the United States. Its colonial systems are imploding. Its people internally are being cannibalized. Its infrastructure is being cannibalized, and this is a theme I often bring up, but I wanted to go into more specifics. The electrical grid. I mean, here's a specific. This whole story of tech, what's happening in Texas, which is a terrible thing, and I feel terrible for everybody, all the human beings that are suffering because their pipes are freezing, they have frozen, their electricity was out, some of it's still out for many of them. Millions of people. People have died because their medical devices have failed. They've frozen to death. If you've never seen A Day After Tomorrow, it's a story in which the North Atlantic current stops. So from around 2000, the North Atlantic current stops transporting hot water to basically the northern, the Arctic areas, and basically that it's part of a planetary heat transfer cycle that kind of maintains and stops basically huge plumes of super cooled troposphere air plunging down out of the upper atmosphere and freezing over like half of the Earth's surface potentially. It's unclear exactly what would happen if the North Atlantic current would break down, but it's anyway. The After Tomorrow is basically almost all of the United States freezes, just completely freezes over. Everything is frozen. Everyone dies basically in New York. Everywhere north of like Georgia, everyone freezes and dies. That area is like not uninhabitable, but it's like the whole North America, north of Mexico is like near Arctic or Arctic conditions, right? All the infrastructure is destroyed. So you're talking about the pipe, the electrical wires, your transformers going, the electrical generators facilities going in a place like in Texas. Imagine like all the roads, all the bridges, all the buildings, all the houses, all the grid for the entirety of the United States. All the water, all the sewer, everything, all the bridges, everything gone, right? So day after tomorrow, it's like it's much more catastrophic, right? But it's very similar in the sense that it is a climate change caused massive catastrophic event that has a lot to do with super cooled air coming out of the upper atmosphere, freezing the United States, right? And not just the United States, it freezes a lot of the global north. It freezes Europe, it freezes a lot of the northern hemisphere, basically. And so what's happening is, that's why I call it a song of the title of the stream was a song of Texas ice and California wildfire, because what is happening in the United States is a slow motion annihilation of all of the infrastructure and all the people as well at the same time. And it's resembling more and more actual what Neofeud is. I mean, Neofeud is, I mean, it is slightly exaggerated. The entirety of Earth is one massive slum sprawl with literal mountains of garbage, right? Like in some of these pictures. And there's favela for 99% of the planet. There's a 90% unemployment rate in EU, as an example, filled with, it's like the medieval era with sectarian violence, but with smartphones and assault rifles instead of great swords and knights in armor. And everybody just trying to survive, clawing at each other for the last morsel of electricity, water. You know, it's like what America plunges, Syria, Libya, Muslim country, black or brown country X into. Civil war, no electricity. It's funny, that's not funny, it's terrible, but Syria very recently, and I believe even now, was undergoing basically permanent blackout. You got 1 hour of electricity a day if you're lucky. In Gaza Strip, where 99.3% of the water is unpotable, what does that mean? Half the population is under the age of 16, and they're all being poisoned. So you're talking about millions of children are being slow motion poisoned. And Syria has similar water, sewer, electrical infrastructure collapse, development failures, right? Resulting in what? It is resulting in deaths of the you talk about ableism. People who are disabled, people who are less able, elderly people, children, women. These are the first to die, the first to suffer under United States sanctions, under Western sanctions, which is what they're doing. Not after the war, they're blockading any Iranian ship trying to bring in, a shipment of electrical generators. Talking about speaking of electricity specifically, at Texas, you're out of power for 3 days. Imagine being out of power for 3 years. Imagine on top of being bombarded with mortars from moderate rebel, based on false pretexts, being lied into a war like so many other wars, of a bunch of chlorine, 55-gallon chlorine drums spilled all over the sidewalk somewhere in Aleppo, and a bunch of paid white helmets or Syrian actors to fucking rub crushed onion in their eye, not unlike the Capitol Hill rioter Karen, who said, "Oh my God," the white lady was like, "I got tear gas," while I was a fascist storming the Capitol, successfully taking it because the United States is military, its police, and its government have huge swaths of literal QAnon and fascists deeply penetrating it. And they're still out there, and Donald Trump is a very good chance of being the next president. And so the same strategy, it's actually the same onion. They said the chemical weapon attack to fake the United States and manufacture consent for yet another in an endless forever war of destruction, murder, genocide, and horrific death and starvation and suffering and displacement for millions of people. It's the same thing. Onions. It's you can tell it's like they're reading from the same Discord. Probably not Discord. It's like the very secure military-industrial Discord. It's like a DEFCORD. Like DEFCON. It's like DEFCORD 6. Everybody get in there, fam. It's time to talk about all the onions we're gonna crush into our eyes while we're wearing swastikas and Camp Auschwitz shirts and QAnon Vikings, right? And then, oh, hey, that's a good idea. I'm a false flag operative in Syria. I'll crush onions and I'll squish it in my eye. Or I'm in the next area I need to start another war in. right? Oh, I'm somebody in a 1.4 billion person country. I need to pretend like there's a terrible humanitarian crisis here. Let me crush some of that onion. Oh, we don't have any onion. Well, let's use how about green onion? Would that work? I don't know. Let's try it out, right? So they have this Zoom call where they're like, what kind of onion can we use to fake atrocities to cause millions of people to die and be displaced, right? So that it's really there's a lot of fine-tuned nitpickery and hair tooth comb going through varieties of onion in certain Defcord servers. It's like, you know, you go to your IWW meeting and you're like, you know, right now you can go to them without getting drone bombed for saying the word socialism into any Signal, Discord, Twitch, Twitter, anything. But one day you won't. But while you still can go, you know, you go into your Discord server and you're like talking about, hey, when are we gonna strike, right? And they're not just like capturing it all and then sending cops to all your houses, right, and then rounding you up. But when you go into your Discord and you're talking about what we're gonna do, right now, you know, it's like you got a lot of these. There's a lot of debate. There's a lot of healthy debate. You know, what's the like? Is it milk or water, right? If we get tear gas, you know, like, should we strike on Wednesday or Saturday, right? But on Defcord, what they talk about is it green onion or white onion, right? How about Maui onion? Is that the good? Well, I can't get Maui onion, you know, up in the eastern Afghanistan. I can't get. I'm an operative here I'm somewhere down in Ethiopia. I'm trying to start more wars. I'm trying to get us more AFRICOM expansion. I can't get. How about like can we just use like some, you know, can we use some local like turmeric or like potato? I mean, potato's not gonna work. So that's what they talk about in Defcord: how to start another war by pretending to cry, right? While taking a bag of $50,000 to, you know, go on the internet and give the modern version of the Iraq War liars testimony. I don't know if you remember that, where she talked about the babies being ripped out of incubators to get Americas, to all the liberals, mostly liberal and conservative, that's most of America, to cry a bunch of tears and then you know, okay, all right, let's all go and blow up the rest of whatever remains of the Middle East. So that they're always working on the next. Let's have a kid standing in front of like a playground slide with like somebody who is just like a medical worker, right? In, you know, Asian, Latin American, African country X. Let's take a picture of them, crop out the playground that's actually functioning, unlike America's playgrounds that are falling apart, having bits of 777 flaming turbine smash children. Let's take a picture of this country that's a socialist country functioning, and then have the children behind the gate, crop out the slide, crop out the hospital, crop out the beautiful brand new 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments for the poor that were just built and given for free, and let's just show a kid behind this fence and say that this was a concentration camp, and America has to go in, and Europe, Britain, Canada, and Australia, and New Zealand, all of America's little puppets have to all go in and save with Tomahawk missiles. Of course, we have to sell $500 million worth of Lockheed Martin Tomahawk missiles to Australia to go save the children playing at the park. I'm sorry, in a cage. So I mean, that's what they talk about in Defcord. Anyways, but yeah, back to this specific topic. So in the United States, and this is a story about that electrical grid collapsing. JP Morgan, which is one of the biggest banks in the country, made more money than ever in its history on one day, the same day that it was announced that the most Americans in the history of the United States, maybe up with the exception maybe of World War II, lost more jobs. The economy plummeted 30% last year. You remember this because in the beginning of COVID, tens of millions lost healthcare, tens of millions threatened with eviction. The economy just in the absolute downward spiral doldrums, right? That same day that was announced, JP Morgan Chase Bank announced the greatest profits in the multi-hundred-year history of the United States. Very similar case in Britain. The same day the London Stock Exchange nosedived, the same day that UK unemployment, all the numbers, housing, education, restaurant joblessness, heroin use, everything in the apps just nosediving, right? UK in collapse. The London Stock Exchange rocketed up to 2%. It's like one of its biggest days. And that's what I describe that as neo-feudalism, right? It's post-capitalist neo-feudalism. Yanis Varoufakis has a book, another now, and talks about post-capitalist techno-feudalism. Now it's capitalist in the sense that it centers around the power of capital, right? But it's different from the description of capital as elaborated in, for example, Marxian ideology in Adam Smith textbooks, which are, full capitalist is basically what you have in the Brain Poison, Star Spangled Stormtrooper Empire. But the idea, right, is that you work. The owner of the capital, right, the person with the money, right, who owns the means of production, be that the factory, the restaurant, the mine, etc., produces goods with the labor of the worker, right, working in the shoe factory, working in Charles Dickensian loom, dying of arthritis, keeling over dead, picking a pocket or two, asking Uncle Scrooge for a little bit of mincemeat pie, and Uncle Scrooge is like, bah, humbug. So the owner of the means of capital and the worker come together. The worker works. They produce what? They produce, flash, fancy British coattails. They in the beginning they produce cotton in American slave industry, which is racialized capitalism. Slavery is just the optimal form of capitalism. It's 99.6% profit going to 99.6% of the labor value going to the boss. All you got to do is give some old rotten cabbage with a little bit of the landowner in South Carolina is like, well, I wasn't planning to eat this oxtail anyways. Throw it into the animals. Let's throw it to the bipedal animals pen. The pigs get the slop, and those black animals, those African, gorilla thingies, they get the oxtail and the rotten cabbage that I wasn't going to eat anyway. And so you maximize your labor value extraction to people who are like really into this, leftist analysis. I mean, slavery is just the optimum form of capitalism. Feudalism is just capitalism before they discover slavery. And ultimately, it's all imperialism. It's all about dominating other people and extracting everything that you can. So anyway, but under post-capitalist in the sense of the worker coming into the factory, the restaurant, the place of production with the technological device, the factory floor, the hydraulic press, the lathe, little fingers, spinning a loom, dying from, poor ventilation, asbestos, cancers, 20,000 other different environmental hazards, air, water hazards, repetitive motion, damage. You can enjoy those as an Amazon factory worker, having your fourth lumbar disc swell up to the size of a party balloon and then hopefully not pop, and then be permanently disabled while working for 6 months at Amazon. And then suffer excruciating pain unless you want to die like over 1 million Americans have already died from opioids, getting addicted to 50 times stronger heroin that you can get in the for-profit universal death care industry and universal wealth extraction industry. But anyway, I'm kind of off topic. So the capitalist doesn't need to do, the capitalist ostensibly sells the product, the widget, right? The shoe, the coattails, the car, the Ford Model T, the Elon Musk spacecraft, ostensibly, the semiconductor, the Boeing 737 commercial passenger vehicle, ostensibly, right? That's how it's used to work. And you minus the wages, you minus the cost of the materials and the inputs, you minus all the lawsuits from all your rival capitalists trying to shut you down for infringing on some copyright nonsense. You minus all the costs of doing business, and that's the profit, right? You make stuff, you sell stuff, and then you get a profit, ostensibly, right? Which is terrible enough because it results in all the suppression of all the worker, and the capitalist is constantly trying to suppress wages, not take safety precautions, make life more miserable at the expense of the worker to the benefit of the employer, right? But under neo-feudal post-capitalism, which is what America has, and a lot of the West has, I would include a lot of Europe in this. I would include Canada and Australia to a lesser extent, but not that lesser than the United States. You don't have to make cars. You don't have to make planes. For example, the Boeing 737 Supermax, the planes were going in. When I say they were RC motors stuck into an aluminum tin can with a bunch of buggy, more malfunctioning than a Cyberpunk 2077 C code made by somebody who was crunched and half asleep. Not to say that it's a problem with the programmer's abilities. It's just a problem with the production, the mismanagement and the overwork and all the corners being cut to make these planes. The code in the MAS automated, advanced adversarial networks, all these very fancy artificial intelligence tools. And I program artificial intelligence for a living a lot of the time. And they had the autopiloting software, which I should add, if you were thinking about getting a STEM degree, the people that were programming the 737, which is critical infrastructure, right? If the plane decides to take a nosedive when it's 60 feet in the air after lifting off the tarmac, producing a crater and a fireball of 100-foot diameter in the ground, that's I would argue much more critical than whether a bunch of fucking chuds get pissed off because their $60 Grand Theft Auto reskinned with 80s retro future cyberpunk game didn't work on their PS4. I would argue that it's more important that people not die because the planes are killing hundreds of people and crashing into towns, causing mass destruction and wrath of corporate capital mismanagement, from the skies, which is what has happened with the Boeing 737. Two crashes very close to each other. Why did it happen? Because the Boeing executives, they said the way that they were putting the software in, the way that they were doing crunch on the assembly lines of these planes. So we're talking about 100-hour for months and months, 100-hour weeks being worked by people who are, they're drilling in the screws into the fuselages of the aircraft. You're talking about the heat exchangers, the turbines. You're talking about people who are laying the fiber optic cables throughout the plane, and they're working 12, 16-hour days. The QA, the people that are supposed to ostensibly be doing the quality control on the aircraft, right? The manager is saying they're missing screws. We've got like the tensile strength of this particular aluminum or titanium alloy is incompatible with this design. We got to redo it. And then the executive said, well, we don't have time for that. We don't have money for that. Let's just hope that this plane flies. All kind of corners were cut. There was literal captains in the U.S. Navy, and I'm no fan of the military because of its illegal occupation, but what they get done. When they used to have military planes, because also F-35s. Fun fact, my friend Aaron has worked in some of these fields, but used to repair F-16s, F-35s, and every day they'd be coming in and out. Be trying to push the button to fire a Hellfire missile that would eventually fire a supersonic, death rocket into a school bus full of Yemenis children, which is an ongoing travesty that the United States is still involved in. But even the capacity to build their weapons of death, the real life Star Destroyers, the real life AT-AT Walkers, the real life siege tanks, right, of the Empire. We're not firing, and they'd be going in for repairs every day. So it'd be like, how come this missiles aren't firing? I'm trying to blow up all these preschools, and I can't fire my missiles, right? And so the Boeing, which also is a military contractor, was producing planes that they knew were gonna crash. And the executives told, and this Navy commander said, like, if we were to make these planes in the Navy, in the U.S. military, if we saw the level of errors, defects, and brokenness of the just complete mismanagement and malconstruction, just criminal negligence, you ever heard that word, criminal negligence, of these Boeing 737s, any aircraft, this operation would have been shut down long ago. We would never have allowed this. Yeah, and this is again the planetary literal stormtrooper Emperor Palpatine's freaking Death Star talking. This is I mean, we make it safe enough so that the people flying the Imperial starships that are gonna go kill innocent brown people, we don't want them to die. I mean, unnecessarily. Not that we really care about American troop lives. They can all rot in a tent city outside the VA waiting for a transfusion or a new limb. You can all fuck yourself. You can go, yeah. So, but I mean, while they're flying it, we don't want them to die because that would just be inefficient. But even in the Navy, the corporation, the neo-feudal post-capitalist executive said, well, this isn't the U.S. military. This is a private. This is a private corporation. We don't care. Basically, and by extension, what the implication is, we don't care if we make planes that crash. We don't care if literally 7% of United States export. The flagship export of the United States is Boeing aircraft, right? That was its leading edge, if it ever had one. And the executive said, we don't care if this will completely destroy the capacity, the whatever actual real economy of producing some kind of real thing, right? The 737s that will fly from Tokyo to Honolulu, Honolulu to LA, Mumbai to Ethiopia, we don't care if that, the number one, again, it's like the United States crown jewel if it had one, right? We're not gonna, we don't care if these planes crash. We don't care. We can make more in this quarterly profit, making literally just, it's not exact, it's obviously not an RC motor, but like they knew that the plane was gonna crash. And we can make more money making planes that we can make 50, 1,000 of these planes that will crash. And literally that's what happened. So billions, the share price at the end of December after these crashes started happening, dropped 20%, dropped like 20%, plummeted. The executives ran away with a golden parachute, tens of $1 million bonuses, right? Literally hollowing out the capacity for America to literally hollowing out the capacity to produce the products, right? And then the next year the planes are grounded. I think it was 2019, early 2019 or 2020. The planes were like permanently grounded for FAA review, which costs another 20%. So the company is collapsing in value. Planes are not taking off. It's literally like 2 years of work and labor value, which is like almost a tenth of all of United States output, right? Talking about trade deficits. We're grounded. The planes did not fly. They went into investigations to study the MAS. They went to retool them. The next executive came in and said, why should I fix these planes when I could just like take, 50 million or 100, take another $5 billion worth of central bank printed quantitative easing infinity, which is a big part of neofeudalism, put that money into, a segregated, put that money into the company, buy back shares of my own stock with a corporate buyback, jack the share price up, and then take the profit from all of my stock options, right? Not fixing the planes. And this is what has continued to happen. The planes continue to be terrible for years. And the executives have figured out, and especially in the pandemic, it's just gotten worse, right? You can make more money not making planes or making planes that crash than making planes that fly. So it's inverted capitalism. So in capitalism, you might actually get some cars. You might get a Model T that actually drives. They might not be perfect. They might be wonky. They might have the seatbelt might break and they didn't fix that. But ostensibly, you're going to get some value for the investment, for the labor and time that you put in. You might get some roads or something, You got Vanderbilt and you've got these oligarchs in the Gilded Age, robber barons, right? With the railroads, steel, right? The captains of industry, doing all kind of horrible, oppressive labor practices. But you might actually get a railroad. America takes 20 years as the Honolulu Rail, the Oahu Rail, just as one example. There's a very similar issue in New Hampshire. There's like a 20-mile length of rail, very similar lengths actually in New Hampshire and in Hawaii. So about 50 miles. It has taken over twice as long as they estimated. It was supposed to be like 5-10 years. It's 10 going on 20 years. It's over 200% over budget. The bits of rail that they did produce have giant 1-foot cracks in them. Bits of the foundation are falling down. The materials are all wrong, just like the planes. The executives of the shell company with a Cayman Island bank account and a bunch of Swiss old dead white people's art like Van Gogh, right? That's where all the half of the money that went into this rail basically vaporized and went off into a bunch of Van Goghs, Elon Musk's blood emeralds that are all stuffed in a fucking Swiss Davos hedge fund meeting conventions bank vault somewhere in Switzerland. So you can go there and let's look at some Rembrandts that used to be money that was going to build high-speed rail. Talk about high-speed rail, how we're going to get off the car. America will never get off the car because America doesn't have the capacity to build anything. Rail, planes, and at the same time, China built in less than the time that it took to build 10 miles in New Hampshire or in Hawaii. China built 50,000 or 20,000 miles, 50,000 kilometers. Which has its own problems. They have their own problems, but they have they function. America has neo-feudal post-capitalism. You don't need to build rail. You don't need to build planes. You don't need to build cars. You don't need to build electrical grids. You can kill hundreds of people and you make more money jacking your share price up with the proximity to the new neo-feudal kings and queens. King and the queen is the central banking system, right? That could print $6 trillion under Jay Powell's genius management just by typing 60000000000, and then from a very privileged server somewhere in an undisclosed location in New York City, staffed by underpaid New Jersey freaking data managers. Next to all the spam and spamware and virus, I was talking to like somebody who worked in an undisclosed military department, and all I do is manage giant factories full of spam bot and porn bot and like a bunch of crappy ass sexygirls.com nonsense, like football fields of this shit. And then over there, we've got all the banking system stuff. There's all the fraud and shenanigans, taking all your parents' pension funds, firefighters and nurses, and blowing them up with credit default swaps based on, a waitress who made $7.50 an hour and then got loaned a no income, no jobs, no assets, $1.5 million mansion in Florida, and then it got repackaged as a collateralized debt obligations and sent to Wall Street. And somewhere is a loan that once was an Applebee's waitress's mansion or a dead person's McMansion in Orange, somewhere in California. That's now in that vault over there. That's where the mortgage is spinning around, churning around like so much dirty laundry in an endless cycle of rotten digestion of your entire economy. It's somewhere next to the porn. Over here we have the spam bots. Here we have the Bitcoin mining happening here, right? And it's melting all the snow. I mean, at least the Bitcoin mining can melt the snow. Also going to heat the whole planet up, and everyone will die from climate change. And then over here we have the Lockheed Martin secret contracts that we're processing. The purchase orders for 25 Tomahawk missiles are here in this New Jersey data vault. There's data vaults all over the place, but that's what you can do, and you can do that for $10 an hour. Sit around and manage all of the dirty laundry, plundering the rest of what remains of a dying economy. That was terrible, always terrible. In the 50s, it was still a terrible racist and sexist place, where you have the help and a bunch of black people being murdered and brutalized and having baseballs thrown at their infants and stuff like that. But today you still have the racism, the sexism, but you don't even get some Ford. You don't get your Thunderbird. You don't get your 1.5 kids for a cis white man with a Stepford wife. But even the cis white man with a Stepford wife, they can't get their Stepford wife. It's really hard. You have to go to like some weird trad neocon Christian girl weird parts of Instagram to find your Stepford wife. And then you can't get a job that pays for the house and the 1.5 kids and the Thunderbird. And the Thunderbird, if you get it, it's like the carburetor is falling off, the steering wheel gets set on fire, and then like so much Cyberpunk 2077 laden PS4, the dashboard just suddenly explodes and the shrapnel comes through your body. You don't even have to get into a car crash and have bits of your dashboard lodged into you. You can just buy American cars if they don't make many of them anymore. And then the bits of the car explode and you get a piece of a steering wheel through your body, and then you can die bleeding out because you don't want to pay a $100,000 hospital bill. Or you can go to the hospital and become homeless. And so, America doesn't make medical care. America makes universal death care. And that's part of the neo-feudal collapse and hollowing out and cannibalization of its own people and its own children. Even it's just white boys, and they can all become Proud Boys now and just get pissed off and watch some Jordan Peterson and listen to some Joe Rogan and hang out with Gina Carano or wish that they could, and be a Proud Boy and just burrow into their white supremacy. In the 50s you could be a racist, but you could still be a white cis white racist man, and you might have a house, you might have like a lawn, you might have like you might have a place for your kids to play that is in a toxic cesspool, and the electricity freezes up, so your kids are like trying to play with their Baby Yoda animatronic doll, and then fucking a California wildfire or a Texas ice storm comes through and all the electricity's out, and so your kids can't even play with that, and also you're all freezing to death, and no one's coming for you. The president, a professor of Harvard who literally designed the Texas system, said that the goal of the power grid, the person who designed the system, this privatized Texas, which is separate from the eastern and western seaboard, the eastern and western half of the United States systems, said the goal is you skimp on the production of electrical wires, the grid, the infrastructure, the power plants. You skimp on weatherization. You save a lot of money in that. It's good for profits. And then when there's an extreme climate event, you have a really hot day, everybody turns on their air conditioning. Suddenly you have these spikes in power usages that threaten the entire system. In this kind of crisis mode, the price of electricity goes to $6,000 a second, or some ridiculous amount. And the Harvard professor said, and that's what you want. What you want is people being one-legged military veterans who are still waiting for their leg, and underpaid college professors limping around with $7 an hour to teach Anthropology 206, Twitch streaming to make their insulin bill. You want them to all pay $16,750, which is the average, apparently. That's what just one person in Texas paid. Some of the people are paying $40,000. You want them to pay $16,750 and then go in deep into debt if they can't pay it and lose their house. That's the goal, is to have people paying, in sometimes in the crisis mode, $20,000 for a month of electricity. And that's a great system to run America. I mean, so this is a Harvard. I can get you the exact quote. You can go look it up. I have a tweet. I posted it on Mastodon. I don't know. And he said that's what you want. What you want is, it's just another. It's like you paid $16,700 to get like one day's ventilator in a COVID hospital where everybody's dying, while people are ripping off each other's masks and coughing in each other's faces, talking about you're a bunch of bootlicking anarchists. Or this is the thing. It's really weird where there's a Chud anarchist thing where they're also using the word bootlicker. I don't think that people that actually like understand what anarchism is, or like they're not necessarily. But I mean, EJ was pointing out, American Johnson of Not Compete was saying, why are there anarchists? They're saying what masking and social distancing is bootlicking, and we're as anarchists we should not support lockdowns because it's nanny state government, big government interfering in our lives. We should all take our masks off. And but anyway, so America is about literally, it's just like taking everything that you have through the hospital system. But if you don't pay $16,000 for a medical bill this year, look forward to paying $16,000 for your electric bill. It's just universal death care and universal wealth extraction through with medical characteristics. That's the United States healthcare system. There is no healthcare system. There's a universal death care system and universal wealth extraction and universal stealing of the 120 million remaining homeowners, which is where the majority of middle class, if there is any middle class, if there's barely any, people have their wealth locked up in. Most of them are white. You can steal all of their houses and give them to a giant Wall Street private equity firm like Bancorp, Vanguard, etc. Three of firms own like almost all the assets, real estate, stocks and bonds in the United States. And you can suck it all away to the richest people on Wall Street for the Neofeudal emperors who have proximity, not because they're good at building cars, planes, or anything, because they have proximity to the central banking system in a fiat currency, permanent quantitative easing. Quantitative easing is just a fancy word. It's about printing money. And so it's giving to those people everybody's house and making everybody homeless, or a permanent renter paying a neo-feudal landlord. So if you're not paying the mortgage lord, you're paying the rent lord. If you're not paying the rent lord, you're paying the bank lord. If you're not paying the bank lord, you're paying the medical debt lord. If you're not paying the medical debt lord, you're paying the student debt lord. If you're not paying the student debt lord, you're paying the electricity debt lord now. So the electrical grid, California's PG&E, Washington's power companies, Texas's 230 small businesses, which are all silently owned by a handful of Wall Street through backdoor, board member placements on fake nonprofit, fake independent entities to put up a facade of non-conflict of interest. This is a whole other thing that's not even going to be talked about probably for 2 years. All of these electrical companies are universal wealth extraction schemes to continue to hollow out whatever remains of anybody's wealth in the United States until nobody has any money to give for anybody's GoFundMe for their food, for their housing, or for their insulin, because everybody is a permanent peasant or slave. I mean, a slave in a for-profit prison making spoonfuls, making Amazon whole food vegan and non-vegan cheese, or Amazon headsets to keep all of the people who live in a micro apartment flat with rats and meth labs surrounding them you know, and then you can like, you know, produce content in virtual reality for the rest of your life, your very short life, until you die and your body is chopped up, ground into a fine red paste called Soylent Green or Soylent Red, made with 100% bull beef, turmeric, and salt. That's what they're gonna have the black people put a label on that little package that you're gonna put in an IV drip and stick it in your arm while you play Call of Colonialism until you die. So, anyways, that's Neofeud 2's world. I mean, you're not quite there yet. You're not quite there yet. But back to the story of the electrical grid. JP Morgan owned El Paso Electric. This is from 2 years ago, actually. In June 2019, the electric utility traded on the NY stock market operation for 100, which has been traded for 100 plus years. Service to territory in West Texas, parts of New Mexico. 500,000 households acquired by a private investment fund called IIF. IIF claims that it's advised by JP Morgan Chase and Co., but it turns out IIF is actually controlled by JP Morgan Chase and Co. This is a little bit of financial wonkery, but basically, my point here is that it's not 250 electrical companies that are not that a small business of 100 people or 20 people or 500 people is not also terrible. American Johnson can elaborate about all the terrible aspects of small business capitalism and the oppression that those people and exploitation that they visit. But what is happening is not a bunch of small isolated Texas companies. There are massive banking entities, financial entities that are fronting a lot of these electrical companies with such as IIF. IIF is actually controlled by JP Morgan Chase & Co. In numerous filings before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, one of the government bodies that approved and reviews the merger, and the FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Ostensibly, you have a government that regulates things. America doesn't have a government. America has, if Canada is 3 oil companies in a stupid hat, wearing a trench coat, carrying a gun. America is 10 oil companies in a stupid star-spangled orange hat, or now it's like a senile Mr. Magoo hat, and a black and Indian cop hat called Kamala Harris, carrying nuclear weapons. And the United States regulatory system, the FERC and other reg agencies, were recommended to not approve the merger until IIF comes clean about the affiliate ties to JP Morgan, but which, again, there's no law in the United States. You just, what is it, 5 million? What do you need? How much is it going to cost you to go to Cancun and send your daughter to a fire festival with Nicki Minaj in a private COVID bubble with silver and platinum plattered hors d'oeuvres? What is it going to, 2 million? Here, regulator, have $5 million. There's no regulation in the United States. There's no law in the United States. If there was, the million people that were murdered, the leading cause of death after COVID-19, heart attack, stroke, and cancer, is the Sackler family, who made they still have $10 billion. They have not admitted to any actual guilt. They have not paid. They're never going to pay anything. They can't spend $10 billion. Killing, the fifth leading cause of death is opioids or knock-on impacts, taking too much black tar heroin or any other narcotic drugs and dying because of misprescribed, malprescribed, negligent homicidal, known by the Sacklers, who literally pushed this into the doctor's speeches when they went to a $10,000, Kona, Hawaii luxury hotel, were given a Jeep Grand Cherokee and a bunch of iPads and iPhones, and said, you know what the biggest problem in the United States is in 2002 or 2010? It's pain. And you know what the solution is? Giving everybody OxyContin and giving everybody fentanyl. So you stub your toe, take some fentanyl. Are you a South Carolinian miner who lost your job, lost your partner, and now you want to get your dignity back? Don't listen to a country song backwards and get your car back, your house back, and your wife back. Just take opioids. Take fentanyl. And then you watch an entire third of an entire town in like the out of the furnace Rust Belt die. Like entire high school classes were wiped out by opioids. It's a great way to liquidate all the excess population that you don't need anymore, because artificial intelligence, automation, and post-capitalist neo-feudalism, you don't need humans anymore. One day there'll be 10 million Americans left that survive the self-cannibalization of the entire country. I mean, hopefully not, but I don't see America with a functioning, actual, empowered left that can pull off the massive countrywide shutdowns to do anything, unfortunately. So kind of a bummer. But anyway, but support your indigenous people who are actually doing better. The Cherokee are actually doing a lot better. They have their own hospital system that provides better healthcare by the admittance of FBI agents who literally got treatment for COVID-19 testing, contact testing, and tracing. A lot of the indigenous people are actually doing a lot better. Here on the Big Island of Hawaii, there have been 0 evictions for 5 years. Just imagine what it would take for a society. Imagine anywhere in Texas or California with 0 evictions for 5 years. The police refused. They for unknown reasons don't do them. Let's put it that way. Now, what I would say is that's the shadow, the formal and informal power structures, both economic, military, and governmental, or all three, which enforce Native Hawaiian values. And part of why we got to live in a free 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house for 2 years. Not a brand new one, but we lived for free for 2 years. 15 minutes from a very nice town with high-speed internet on a 1-acre lot. It's part of that is because the police don't enforce capital white supremacy. Anyways, back to the story. So in the United States, these so-called the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and other regulatory agencies approved this thing, the control of the energy companies, and it's about control the energy companies need to move monopolist, neo-feudal, capitalist wealth extraction from every energy grid in the United States. This is not, and that's an important thing that is not going to be talked about in the United States because this actually reveals the actual power structure. Every energy company, the fracking industry, even Boeing to a large extent, massive financial institutions in Wall Street, your entire city infrastructure. I'm talking about the Baltimore water that costs $350 a month. And if you don't pay for 2 months, you get your entire house. You get a lien on your house, and it gets stolen in collaboration with a mayor who takes $1 million kickback from a Wall Street bank that provides a municipal bond swap, basically a fancy-ass financial product that what it amounts to is you lose your apartment, you lose your home, you lose your neighborhood, and then they don't fix the pipes, they don't fix the building, they rent it out to somebody else for 50% increased tenant cost. And the water continues coming out smelling like dog feces and liquid drainage blended together in Baltimore, in Philadelphia, in Flint, but not just Flint, 3,000 communities across America, actually the majority now of America. If you don't smell the water, if the water doesn't smell like burning plastic and like some rats died in it, or it literally has sewage, which is what thousands of Texans got to experience. A geyser, like you know, Old Faithful, like you got to see America's new Old Faithfuls. America's new national parks are its suburban toilet bowls, where geysers of feces and urine and dead teachers and nurses who can't afford their chemotherapy bills, and they just wash into the gutters. Their rotten, liquefied, putrefied bodies wash into the gutters, erupt out of Texan toilets, and splatter all over your house. Those are the new Yellowstone Park theme parks. It's called Every American Toilet, which doesn't have a functioning waste treatment facilities. The Romans, the Star-Spangled Roman Empire, spiritual predecessors figured out aqueducts like 2,000 years ago, but America doesn't have functioning aqueducts. They can't even do it, you know. But that's kind of how Rome went as well, you know. The center hollowed it all out, and then they got invasions. I mean, the Romans weren't invaded by swastika-wearing QAnon shamans who pick up Nancy Pelosi's phone, take a shit on it, and then check their Bitcoin and Wall Street bets profits on Chuck Schumer's email. The Romans got invaded by the Visigoths. So I'm sure the Visigoths, some of them, you know, the helmets might have had horns on them, you know, and when they got in, they didn't check. They might have like checked their carrier pigeon. Hey, is there anything happening up in my, you know, barbarian headquarters? You know, and then also took a shit all over, you know, Julius Caesar's face. That's just the beginning of the collapse of America. America's not done dying because of the January 6th Capitol riots that exposed the democracy, the absolute lack of democracy that America has ever had. And it's shown its whole white supremacist ass by the U.S. military and police backing, and the government officials backing and allowing the. It was a welcoming party, not a resistance, because the United States has it is a white supremacist country, and that's who the cops work for. That's why they are high-fiving and taking selfies with the fascists and the federal police, ostensibly to protect legislators, and these legislators, they're not leftists, they're just legislators. But I mean, the cops are like, well, what we're really here for is the white supremacy and white solidarity for the bourgeois, the Nazi Americans. And Hitler learned everything that he learned from America. And so, you know, but that's the way that these kind of places tend to go. I mean, the Romans, at least they didn't have like freaking people at Camp Auschwitz, you know. The people, they're not like walking around, and I'm pretty sure the Visigoths weren't just like walking around, right? Talking on the phone, like just like taking a dump all over the place. I mean, maybe they took a dump, but I mean, it's, you know, I mean, it's just like, you know, you gotta, I mean, you're just urinating all over the desks and the chairs. Like, let's you know, let's what do they, you mean, let's walk around with our zip ties, you know, hopefully to capture and tie and do some terrible torture to, you know, some I mean, which is what they wanted to do, obviously, with countless reports have indicated. But anyways, back to this specific story. So JP Morgan Chase & Co. control the energy companies, need to be moved by monopolists, or owned by monopolists, controlled by monopolists in the energy business until recently. And by monopolists, I mean neo-feudal post-capitalists that don't need to provide electricity at all. They make more money destroying your electrical grid. That's the point, right? You can be exploited working for an electrical company, having your unions broken up by Pinkertons, not making enough money, but you might have a grid, you know, in the 50s maybe. In the 2020s, your grid, the destruction of grids is the business, right? Literally by the admittance of our professor. Let me get that exact quote. Let me get the exact quote. Yeah, here it is. Okay. I get it on the screen. Now, many of them, and this is about Texas. Now, many of them in Texas are paying a severe price for it. My savings is God, said Scott Willoughby, a 63-year-old Army veteran who lives on Social Security payments in Dallas suburb. He said he had nearly emptied his savings account so that he would be able to pay the $16,752 electric bill charged to his credit card, 70 times what he usually pays for all of his utilities combined. There's nothing I can do about it, but it's broken me. Mr. Willoughby is among scores of Texans who have reported skyrocketing electric bills as the price of keeping lights on and refrigerators humming is shot upward. For customers whose electricity prices are not fixed and are instead tied to the fluctuating wholesale price, the spikes have been astronomical. Which is also in favor of, you know, like Luna is like, you know, I mean, we don't want to have states. One day we would prefer to not have, you know, governmental hierarchical institutions. But, you know, there's things that they can do while they exist, while we have them, you know. But one day, if they do exist, they should be providing and doing for the people, not for the 1% and the richest and the whitest, which is how America functions. The steep electric bills in Texas are in part a result of the state's uniquely unregulated energy market, which allows customers to pick their electricity providers from about 220 retailers in an entirely market-driven system. What they also don't tell you is that a lot of these retailers, again, are owned they're not just a small local retailer. Many of these are owned by, secretly, quietly owned by private equity, massive financial firms in New York. Which are ostensibly in New York. They came in bank accounts, Swiss. I mean, it's a distributed pool of dead white Van Gogh paintings, Damien Hirsts, you know, Cayman, Panama, you know, funny money, you know, you know. But I mean, they are headquartered in Wall Street, which allows customers to pick their electricity providers among about 220 retailers in an entirely market-driven system. Under some of these plans, when demand increases, prices rise. The goal, architects of the systems say, is to balance the market by encouraging consumers to reduce their usage and power supplies to create more electricity, ostensibly. But this was the important one. William H. Hogan, considered the architect of the Texas energy market design, said in an interview in the past week that high prices reflected the market performing as it was designed. As it was designed. So what has happened in Texas? The suffering, the death, people freezing to death in their cars, in their houses, people just completely distraught, paying $20,000, becoming bankrupt, losing their houses, pulling their children out of college if they could afford to send them to college, losing their cars, losing the money they need to feed themselves, to keep themselves afloat, to pay for their medical bills, right? That is the point. This is the part that is neo-feudalism, right? The rapid losses of power, more than a third of the state's available electricity production was offline at one point, increased the risk that the entire system would collapse, causing prices to rise, said Mr. Hogan, a professor of global energy policy at Harvard's Kennedy School. As you get closer and closer to the bare minimum, these prices get higher and higher, which is what you want. Again, what happened in Texas, what happened in California with PG&E, people like losing power, catastrophic damage, people dying in a blackout, millions, because while in the middle of a wildfire, because of criminal negligence and neofeudal cannibalization by the electrical companies. That is the design. I mean, I don't know why Mr. Hogan said this. I mean, put a mask on it. You know, this is like either America, which, you know, all of Nevada is just a private, literal feudal corporate sector where Amazon or Google or any corporation can literally own area codes. Uber can own entire area codes of Nevada, and they can make laws, they can collect taxes, set up school districts, provide or not provide fire and electrical services to their people, maybe to the richest 1% who are their key employees, but fuck everyone else in that area code. There are already literal just fully post-democratic, if there never was real democratic, but mask off neo-feudal areas in the United States. The whole thing is mask on neo-feudal, but in Nevada they're just like, well, this is just Uber County. This is Google County. And that's, you know, I mean, like, why not have a pretense of democracy? It's not like 99.5% of all policy in the United States is determined by whichever has the most money thrown at it. That's what makes it a plutocracy. By buying lobbyist lunches and putting money in coffers of senators and representatives, presidents, and Supreme Court justices, right? Or giving $1 million to a judge in Michigan for a juvenile facility to be filled with over-sentenced and illegally sentenced 16-year-old black kids, so that there can be more, NVIDIA chip 25 cents an hour slaves, or soybean agricultural workers, or firefighters for California, right? And what you do is a judge literally took a $1 million bribe from a prison to literally illegally, because it's what the sentences the judge was producing were not even fitting. Not that America has justice, but it's literally, that's why I say cops are slave catchers historically and at the present, and judges are slave auctioneers. The judge goes, hey, Corrections Corps of America, how much can I get for these black slaves? 10,000 black kids. Corrections Corps is like 700,000. I got 700,000. Going once, going twice. Oh, look at that. You know, military industrial colonialism AAA game CEO who is also building his own prisons in Nevada. How much you gonna give me for this? 10,000 black kids. 800,000. I got $800,000. Going once for $800,000 for 10,000 black slaves. 16-year-old is gonna get rounded up for standing in front of the fucking fast stop or the Target, being black, because that's a crime in the United States. Going once, going twice. Oh no! Elon Musk starting a new prison to make all of his gigafactory batteries, because it got too expensive in Germany and in Bolivia, where his coup fucked up. Elon Musk wants to buy 10,000 black kids and staff them in California, for-profit prison, to make all of his Tesla vehicles carburetors and electric car brakes. Going once, 10,000 black kids going to Elon Musk. His mommy and daddy and grandparents own of slaves in fucking apartheid South Africa, shooting all of the people asking for a non-starvation wage with violent cops, collecting all of his blood emeralds. Elon Musk, Tesla lithium carburetor manufacturing slaves for $900,000. Going once, going to Bill Gates, $1 million for 10,000 black kids. Bill Gates to mechanically separate Baby Yoda plastic, methane covered, rusty bits of dead GM cars and other garbage in his huge trash town that he made in Louisiana for 25 cents an hour. Bill Gates, $1 million for 10,000 black slaves, 16-year-olds. Going once. Anybody want to challenge the Mr. Billionaire Philanthropist, Arms Dealer Playboy, number 2 after Elon Musk? Anybody want to challenge Bill Gates, Mr. Billionaire Philanthropist? I'm saving the world by curing disease. Actually, I'm testing a bunch of shit on Africans, and I'm co-invested in the military and the prison industrial complex. Anybody want to challenge Mr. Bill? Going once. $1 million for 10,000 black slaves. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Bill Gates, 10,000 black slaves. That's what judges are. That's what the Supreme Court is. How much can I get to cover up the biggest ecological disaster in Ecuador? You know, billions of tons of fossil fuel and toxic waste dumped into indigenous land in Ecuador, spilling and covering the entire area, causing massive spikes in cancer, birth defects, and destroying permanently all of their land. How much can I get? Supreme Court. That's what this RBG. 70,000. What kind of 800, 200,000? Going once. Covering up. Oh, I got another bidder. It's like some wannabe ecological fund. Paying to uncover. Oh, but I mean, this shadow docket. I got 7,000 other secret Supreme Court rulings to go through that are about mass incarcerating black people, continuing ICE, funding the military, and covering up all the ecological crimes of the fossil fuel and the rest of the fucking industry. Going once, going twice, sold to Chevron. That's how justice works in the United States. It's a slave. It's like a stock. It's like the stock market. You know, it's Peter Thiel can put $140 million into a lawsuit behind Hulk Hogan as payback for Gawker outing him as gay, which was a terrible thing to do, and an insidious, nasty thing for Gawker to do. But Peter Thiel won a court case by basically taking $140 million and bankrupting Gawker. And that's you're not Gawker. Gawker has millions of dollars worth of capital to buy armies of lawyers, but I mean, Peter Thiel has entire squadrons and platoons and entire planets worth of lawyers. Not the whole planet, but I mean a small planet. You could buy like the GDP of African country worth of lawyers to throw at Gawker. So that's how law works: is you have more money and you have more power, you have more clout, you have more neo-feudal juice. You crush your enemies, you just destroy them. But instead of like knights and javelins jousting, in a courtyard with Lannisters and Starks sitting in chairs being fanned by slaves, you have lawyers running around throwing the penis mightiers. I'm sorry, the pen of all of their legalese, which is a license to steal and a license to do war crime. That's what a law degree is in the United States. It's a license to do war crimes for your war criminal lords. And then they do war crimes at each other and lie with 6,000 pages of legalese and garbage to keep the profits of the death and impoverishment of people around the world inside the United States. Stop kids that have like serious birth defects and are getting cancers and leukemia from fracking, and then the fracking company comes in and then threatens the families of the children. Put your GoFundMe down because it's GoFundMe for your leukemia caused by frack water in Philadelphia is embarrassing the company, and then have literal thugs if the law doesn't work, what you do is you pay a bunch of mercenaries to shoot up the homes of military veterans, having bullets whizzing by their children's heads in their cribs. Take the GoFundMe off of the internet that talks about the fracking company that gave your child the cancer, or we'll just kill you. Now, that's how law works in the United States. You just threaten, you just kill them. If it's black, you just kill them. Black or brown, you just fucking murder them. As optically clean as you can get away with. Just like character assassinate, you got to. It came out that Fred Hampton and such. Did the Netflix original series say that it was it was just some radicals or some unknown mysterious individuals out there that had some radical ideology? Was it actually the feds? Oops. I mean, if they're very prominent, if it's just some random black kid or brown kid or poor person or trans black person, you just murder them. You just kill them. Just throw them in a dumpster. Just take them on the back. The mafia is the United States is a mafia. So all the things in The Godfather, we just take you and give you some concrete shoes and then you fall off a pier somewhere. That's even billionaires. You could be Epstein, and then suddenly all of the cameras in the prison go off. Everybody, all the guards and the warden simultaneously takes 15,000 ounces of tryptophan, falls asleep, and then your neck suddenly does like a impression of The Exorcist and twists around. I mean, it's just weird how billionaires just stop being alive, and you're not even a billionaire, So that's how the law works in the United States. That's how it actually works. That's how democracy and government and all this stuff works in the United States. It does it. It just if you fuck with us, we will crush you, we will impoverish you, we will bankrupt you. We don't want to kill you, but I mean, if we have to, we just, you stop being around. It doesn't matter how rich you are, even. I mean, and that's the scary thing is like, I mean, if you make $1 billion, you're like, man, I did so good in capitalism. I should be able to like live a little bit, right? But no, even there, because there are people that are more powerful than billionaires. Well, it's just other billionaires. That with more billions and more clout and more connections. And if you violate the solidarity of the plutocrat class, and they can't successfully character assassinate you, like that's what's the problem with, then it's very difficult, for them to pull off a lot of things. So like Donald Trump, he doesn't eat except McDonald's and fast food because he's worried that he's going to get poisoned by the richest and most powerful people in New York City, which he should be, because they don't like him. And that's what they do. That's what America does. It just kills people that it doesn't like, and then it gets away with it because they're rich, because the cops don't investigate crime, because the cops commit more crimes than they solve. Like literally less than 1 felony per year per cop. There's no law in the United States. I mean, you should know this, but 2020 happened last year, right? But that's part of the neo-feudal present. And back to this story. Where did I put that story? Publicly traded, so collapsing. So JP Morgan controlled the energy companies' need and moved monopolists to control energy biz until recently public utilities. So we got intermittent energy grid collapsing. Power is failing. Neo-feudal trillionaires or near trillionaires are price gouging. Publicly traded companies don't have to comply with the laws. IFF. The other important thing about this, as Texas is happening, another thing that's not mentioned, and it probably won't be mentioned until everybody figures out all. Do you have any parents or grandparents or family that have a 401k? Do you have any pensions? Are you currently living in your family's basement, attic, or any kind of house? Don't count on that. You already should have, because you get a universal wealth extraction is about taking your mommy and daddy's house, or your cousin's house, or your comrade's house, the one that you're living in, right? Because most millennials and Gen Z don't own their own place. They can barely afford to rent a shoebox that costs $2,000 a month next to a meth lab above a highway in the 66% of the cities where most of the jobs are. Well, a lot of flocking out of the cities nowadays, but still a lot of the opportunities and a lot of places to live are now the cities are falling apart, but now the rich are buying up all the houses are being snapped up off of the market. The outskirts of Kansas, Michigan, rural areas being snapped up. Within minutes of them going on on Zillow, they're gone. So even those I'm gonna get out of the city, too late. $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 valuations on houses outside of cities, because guess what? The rich are taking all the money that they have and they're diversifying, and then they're moving out. They're moving into those rural areas. They're moving into those areas. The Gen X and Boomers who have any still remaining cut of the imperial colonial blood money are stuffing the blood money covered in black and brown dead children, Iraqi oil, dead blood, Iraqi children covered oil, dead Bolivian lithium, starvation wage sweatshop, Southeast Asian labor covered plastic. They're taking all their blood money from the planet's wealth extraction, and they're stuffing it into the rural and the suburban and the smaller city and town areas. So it isn't too late for you to move out. Not that I'm saying it's too late, but I mean, you could probably figure something out if you have some capital in your family. But if you don't, and it's not like they're leaving, they still have the house there. They're just buying 3 more houses. In Hawaii, here in the Maui, in Big Island, even here, I'm a little worried about this because they're like a lot of them buying up houses here. The second that the house goes on the market, they're snatched up. Maui, same thing. What is that doing? It's driving the median price of a house on Oahu, where I'm from, was like almost $900,000. The median. So you're talking the average. A lot of houses. You want a house that's not next to a meth lab above a highway. You want a house that's not over an area where lead, copper, and chromium-6 spews forth from the pipes. You want a house that isn't in an area full of meth and poverty and crime, which is these are crimes done to the working class and the poor and the black and brown communities. That is, again, I was a social worker, right? But this causes difficult living spaces for people that have to live surrounded by violence and as knock-on effects of the poverty. Do you want to live in an area like that? You're looking at $1.2 million house, $1.5 million house. Let me run those numbers by you. If you have $1 million mortgage on a house, I mean, you probably won't have a mortgage, but your mommy and daddy might. So you better be Get ready to be homeless and then go find me a new place to live. Get ready for that. Hope that all your comrades don't all also simultaneously become homeless and then nobody has any money to give anybody. And then Brett Santa gets rounded up for saying the word socialism in a Discord. Hope that doesn't happen. So, $1 million mortgage means $5,000 to $6,000 a month. So the average Hawaiians are paying $6,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month. What does that mean? That means mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, 4 children, their partners, they're 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds. We're talking about 20 people living in a 3-bedroom house. 20 people living in a 2-bedroom house is normal for the Marshallese community. Literally, statistically, they make $6,000 a year per person. If you want to pay the average rent, you're talking about $2,000, $3,000. $2,000 for a 1-bedroom is normal in the ghetto where I'm from. Small, and one bedroom is being generous. I'm talking about basically like a space capsule, but full of fucking rats and with asbestos pouring out of the walls. And then there's domestic violence, people like literally being abused all around you. And then meth heads walking in your house. Now you want a nice one, you're talking about $2,500. You want a 4-bedroom, $3,000, $4,000 in an area that isn't full of anomie, collapsing infrastructure, poverty, crime, poison environment, you know, that isn't in a food desert. $3,000, $4,000 for a 2-bedroom. That's just average, right? You want a mortgage? So what does that mean? So those people are living 16.5 to a house, Marshallese. Hawaiians, you know, you look 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 to a house. Mom and dad are working full-time, 2 jobs. Children are working, 12, 13-year-olds working at Burger King. Not for play money. You take the Burger King salary after you go to your 6 hours, if you have a public school left that isn't rotten to shit. Less than 50% of the people in Nanakuli, Waianae, Kalihi, all these other areas that I work in, ever graduate from high school. And if you graduate from high school, the education that you get is complete garbage. And you have to take all kind of remedial classes to go to college because Hawaii intentionally hires the worst teachers. It's historically documented. That's what they've done. And it's the same thing for a lot of ghettos across the United States. They intentionally destroy, defund, impoverish schools. I worked in these public schools where there was the only thing, we have like one science textbook, and you have for science class for like 5th grade, I taught STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering, math. There's one microscope that's 40 years old, donated by some rich, a non-profit billionaire family that wanted to airbrush their image. You know, the Steinbergs or the Weinbergs or the Feinbergs or this Berg or fucking, and then they donated a microscope 20 years ago, put their name on the side of a fucking building, and then after hollowing out infrastructure all over the place in New York and in Hawaii, but look how good they are because they gave a 40-year-old microscope to a bunch of Micronesians, Filipino fascism escapees under U.S. imperialism, Honduran asylum seekers, poor white people from South Carolina. I also work with their children, who ran away who escaped homelessness after Hurricane Katrina destroyed their livelihoods in Louisiana, and so and so this kind of hollowing out, and what the pandemic has done is not that the cities are collapsing, which is they should have collapsed. They need to collapse. The United States doesn't have cities. The United States has slave pits with billionaire playgrounds on the top of them. They're called Bloomberg's penthouses with diamond-crusted penthouse pool parties where P. Diddy and Beyonce and fucking Matchbox 20 can sing for you in concert every night. Here's a free hint. I work for 3 different billionaires. When you're a billionaire, you can pay for Snoop Dogg. You can pay for a revolving personal tour of Snoop Dogg, Mariah Carey, J-Lo, Grimes to play for you every night with the interest on your billions. With the interest on, you can have personal parties with every pop celebrity that you can think of every night. And even some pop celebrities are becoming like they're neo-feudal servants themselves. It's like some Russian oligarch, American oligarch, mostly American oligarchs, British, billionaire tea-sipping fucking not neo-feudal. Britain just has continued feudal monarch, billionaire. I'd love to have I'd love to have Grimes play for my party, and so that's what you do when you're a pop star. What you do, nobody can go to a concert anymore. So what they do is they take you to your private island. Grimes gets flown out to the private island. You play a concert for the richest 10 people in the world, and then you go to a next island and you play the next 10 richest people in the world. Somewhere on, you go to Larry Ellison's island that he owns of ours in Hawaii, Lanai, and you play for Larry, Trump Jr., Ivanka. You play for Tony Blair. You play for Tony Blair's kids, Chelsea Clinton, Hillary Clinton, right? On Larry's private island where they all hang out with their plutocratic solidarity, international imperialist billionaire, alphabet soup agency solidarity, and then they play the concert, and then you go to the next one. That's what the pop stars do, because that's what, when you have that much money, why are they gonna play for just human beings? Why are they gonna play for peasants like you? It's a waste of time and energy. A billionaire, it's a plutonomy. Why waste time and energy? It's like filthy. You got all these people. They might have COVID. They might, they stink. They're poor. Why would you want to play for a poor peasant? Just unwashed, starving college professor, right? Teaching history or science. Why want to pay for a loser? They look ugly. They got holes in their shoes. Their shirt is old and thrifted. When you could play for very cool, sexy people that can spend $50,000 to change the shape of their nose or get a Brazilian butt lift. You want to see a lot of sexy, nice, good-looking people. And all their cool, fun, highly educated, interesting friends that are just like you, rich assholes who do the bidding of the empire, right? You don't want to play for peasants. So when you're a pop star, that's what you can do nowadays. Just play for oligarchs at private resorts. They actually have private, billionaire private resorts in Kahala, in this very exclusive area of Oahu, Hawaii. They call them their COVID resorts. The first places they got before Biden got a vaccine. Some of the richest people in the world in Hawaii, because they're only parts of Hawaii. Hawaii is just ultra America. It's the fucking goddamn. The illegally occupied parts of Hawaii are the goddamn actual Death Star. And they actually got private, personally delivered with like underpaid Filipino underpaid medical labor, personal injections of the vaccine before a lot of American, even the most closely connected American politicians in these private resorts. They're like the first people to get it. Now the Hawaiians are sitting there getting their vaccine stolen by even just the millionaire white people from America that are flying over, spreading their diseases, not wearing masks, violating quarantine procedures, violating social distancing rules, right? And I'm being, you Hawaiians are bootlickers. They're repressing my freedom by arresting me. I'm like, well, please stop causing a spread of your disgusting plague. American who didn't take the test, who broke the rules, who is spreading this disease that is killing us. Native Hawaiians disproportionately, indigenous peoples disproportionately, working class disproportionately. Vaccine tourism, where people were flying from America to take vaccines meant for Hawaiians, is a thing, still is a thing. The richest get as many vaccines as they want. They can break all the rules that they want. Thankfully, there are some parts of Hawaii where some rules actually get enforced. Occasionally, you get some rules enforced. But still, like you can buy your way out of all. That's another example of there's no law in America. If you have billions of dollars, you can buy your way out of anything. You can kill people you can kill people, get away with it. You can commit war crimes like starting a war aggression in Iraq and you get away with it. It's like literally just kill millions of people in a genocide for the profit of fucking giant military industrial complex companies, and you can get away with it. All you got to do is just have imperial plutocrat solidarity with your friends, and a lot of those people are also hanging out. Saudi F-35 purchasers getting free vaccine with Filipino underpaid labor shooting the vaccine in their arm, as Hawaiians continue to get the disease, as poor working class people continue to get the disease. Thankfully, the numbers are going down now, but right when the vaccine first came out, that was a huge thing. Vaccine tourism and vaccine apartheid, basically, and just buying your first place in line, taking the vaccine away from people. You've heard this story, right? Anyway, so that's another big part of specifically something that has happened in Hawaii. Back to the rest of the neo-feudalisms. Publicly traded companies don't have to comply with laws. They don't necessarily have management wherewithal. The IIF doesn't have any. So this is that electrical shell company produced and manufactured whole cloth by a giant Wall Street bank. The IIF doesn't have any employees. Every employee working for private investment fund is lent to it by JP Morgan. JP Morgan staffs the entire operation. They have 3 alleged independent owners, but they don't own anything. They don't contribute anything any money. They're just board members. Two of the three owners there are literally because JP Morgan submitted their names as references. And most of the money that IF gets capital from pension funds. Like I said, your retirement. You have any money in retirement? You have any money in any wealth whatsoever, right? Most of the money for these collapsing electrical companies like PG&E, like this El Paso Electric, Texas, not just California, Texas, California, Michigan, Florida, Oklahoma, doesn't matter, New Mexico. You got any money? You have any wealth in any kind of ostensibly a way that you can like not work till you turn 80 and die if you live to be 80, which you probably won't. American life expectancies dropped a full year last year, 78 to 77 years. Good job. It was a preventable pandemic that Vietnam completely obliterated and dealt with, and America celebrating 500,000 dead people. Well, you're not celebrating it, but the rich that literally United Health Group that made twice the profits, it made $6 billion instead of the projected $3 for 2020. Every time you die, it's a $10,000 bonus for United Health Group. Your death is literally the profit. It's literally their business model. If every American died, they would all be trillionaires and then be on Mars because they don't need Americans. They have artificial intelligence, Stepford wife robots, and military. Again, like Neofeud and Terminus Machina. You have automated police and military. You don't need humans. You don't even need the cops anymore. You just have robot cops with the 1% sociopathic or just like empathy-free programmers who are willing to program robots to kill all the leftists and anybody who tries to resist until we don't need any humans whatsoever. Except if you want to have some slaves. You want to have some like sexy Princess Leia cosplayers in your Elon Musk private Martian resort city. But other than those humans, everyone else is obsolete. That's why I say don't work on AI and don't work on space. Not in the West anyway, not in the United States. If they ever get to space, the Earth is fucking screwed. It's part of the point of Neofeud and Terminus Machina. Once they don't have to breathe your air and drink your water, they can still ship in a lot of Swedish water and actual Swiss Alps water. Not like you have a picture of the Swiss Alps, but it's actually just like water 10 miles from Flint, sucked out of a fucking dead body and copper and lead and industrial runoff filled river, and put it in a bottle that has filter all the large particulate matter and the foul smell out with a Brita, and then put that in a tap water and sell it for $2 in the store and call it clean Swiss Alps water. It's not. It's fucking tap water. It still has all kind of terrible heavy metals and poison in it, and then you're gonna die from your bottled water too. And nobody's gonna ever take them to court because there's no law in the United States. So, anyways, the IIF comes clean about affiliates. So every employee for this shell company was put there by Wall Street Bank to ostend again. So when I say they're talking about the Texas companies, these are not necessarily individual companies. This is all Wall Street sucking all of the money that people pay for their electric bill. You pay $50, $60, $100. What, you run 6 iPad? You run like 3 Dell Latitudes and an Alienware. I don't know how much electricity you use, right? Hopefully not too much, right? You got your water heater going on. You got your air conditioning going on. What do you pay? 100, 200? All that money is going straight to Wall Street. It's not going to these small little companies now. They don't want to fix anything. They want to cause you to die. There's less mouths to feed. There's less people to revolt. The more impoverished whatever remains of the broken left that the United States doesn't really have, the better. The more they don't need to make again, this is the point of post-capitalism. They don't need to produce electricity. They don't need to produce planes. The more electricity they don't produce, as admitted by a Harvard professor who designed the system, the more electricity they don't produce, the more they destroy and cause their own pipes to explode, the more they cause California to set on fire because they don't replace, a half-inch electrical cables or do the requisite maintenance, the basic bare minimum maintenance, causing explosions at natural gas plants, which PG&E also did. Exploding gas plants, causing wildfires, causing your pipes to explode, blacking all of Texas out, potentially having a catastrophic 2-month blackout within seconds or minutes of all of Texas being blacked out for 2 months. That is the business model. Your death is the business model. No one is coming for you. United States will chop your children's fingers off and sell the bones as ivory jewelry to go inside of Mark Zuckerberg's bone palace. Or some, I'm not saying he has one, but if they had one. They will chop your wife's ring finger off after she dies, take the gold from it and sell the gold off to the pawn shop. Then keep you alive, working. They don't need you to work. They don't need you. You're obsolete. Every American is a life support system for Excel spreadsheet typing fingers. They're collateralized debt obligation maneuvering brains. They are Coca-Cola shilling mouths on Twitch. They are airbrushing green woke hashtag racial healing faces on Twitter and Instagram. You are the life support system for Uber driving feet and hands until they completely obliterate drivers. You are the life support system for what they have not figured out how to completely replace with robots and robot police and military to destroy all unions and all general strikes forever. That's the point of Neofeud. There is no revolution. There can't be one. You can't fight a war of any kind, fascist, reactionary, or communist revolutionary, when you have 200 million robots that can run 35 miles per hour, fire an AR-15 within a millimeter grouping bullseye at 100 yards, on top of an entire fleets upon fleets upon fleets of predator drones and nuclear weapons and permanent Big Brother surveillance that knows what you ate for dinner, your ovulation cycle, and every single thing you've ever said to anyone in any signal, supposedly encrypted, double encrypted, Edward Snowden's sponsor backdoor that's all being bought out by the government. Doesn't fucking matter, which is the United States Corporations of America. There is no, the point of Neofeud is there's no possibility of anything. It's the end. Short of the billionaire children like coming up and literally killing their own parents, but that doesn't solve anything either. It just replaces a total asshole with a naive asshole. Which is where I hope the world doesn't go. I hope that I'm super wrong about all of that stuff. I hope that everything that I'm saying is completely wrong. But it's my responsibility to not lie when I see something that I think is happening, because whatever slight chance of you have of averting that. Now, I do think the good news is that the United States is eating itself. It's cannibalizing its children. It's swallowing its millennials that are living in their cars, GoFundMeing their fucking meds, GoFundMeing their fucking rent, teaching college professors with 8-year degrees, teaching history and aeronautical engineering for $7 an hour. That's the median income. Perma-adjunct, perma-temp, graduate students and college professors living in their cars, right? You are being eaten, even the white ones, being eaten whole. You will continue, and it is my responsibility to tell you that this is what is happening. And whatever urgency you don't have, to increase that urgency. But there's also hope, because there are other parts of the world that are not going in the direction of the United States, that are doing much better. Not Europe, really. Europe is slightly doing better, but also deeply reactionary. The IMF, the World Bank are headquartered there. The EU, Brussels is just a cesspool of older, more feudal, less neo-feudal vipers, and just like horrific Emperor Palpatine types. They're Emperor Palpatines that speak with more French accents. Put it that way. The United States are just traditional Emperor Palpatines that are like, old fucking liches like the president, that are racist old white guys mostly. So anyways, what's happening is that and the pension funds, which the IAF gets capital from pension funds, and most pension funds are municipal, teacher, firefighter, nurses, waste treatment. So they're eating your waste treatment facilities, and they're eating the retirements for the people that do managing the waste treatment. They're eating the hospitals and eating the retirements of the nurses and the doctors that staff the hospitals. They're eating the water treatment facilities and eating the water pipes that produce the water. They're eating the electrical grid, and they're eating the people that work for the electrical companies that maintain the electrical grid. They're eating the retirements of the people going up on the wires in dangerous circumstances under 50 mile per hour winds when it's negative 20 degrees Celsius, trying to put your power back on, getting electrocuted or falling off, slipping and dying. They're eating those people. They're eating your family, they're eating your parents, they're eating their retirements, they're eating their house, they're eating whatever money might have been for your college. You're not gonna have it, it's gonna vaporize. They're eating everything. You won't have colleges in America very soon. You're just gonna have, just literally just, here's the Harvard's hedge fund, and they're here. Let's have some cardboard cutout students sitting in lecture halls pretending to take classes, because that's what universities are. They're fucking literal private equity investment funds masquerading as places of learning, like I often say. Eating the college, eating the future by literally the college attendance has dropped by double-digit percentages. People can barely, not that they're teaching, a lot of the classes are falling in quality. Not because, not it's always the college professor's fault, but when you are food insecure, forced to dumpster dive for ramen before you teach your anthropology 306 or your history class, you're not functioning at your best. And you're also not, you're worried about getting kids in. So what are you doing? You're selling esports, college, become a Instagram content creator. Make your I'm a 40-year-old Gen Xer who needs to pay a $200,000 or $500,000 mortgage in Los Angeles. Here, kids of LA, come and learn how to be an esports influencer and make good Instagram memes. But what the fuck do I know about that? I don't know. Tell mommy and daddy to take whatever retirement they have, auction it off, sell their house, and pay for your $50,000 college tuition so that I can pay my mortgage. And I give you an education that ends up not really helping you that much. But I need 50 students, otherwise I don't make my rent, I don't make my existence rent, I don't make my mortgage, I don't make my mom got a health bill. Everybody is just moving. Every time you do a transaction into somebody else's debt, you are moving individual people's wealth mostly. When it's to pay off a mortgage, it's to pay off a student debt, it's to pay off a medical debt, it's to pay off your electrical $16,000 for the month of February debt. You are taking whatever remains of the wealth and you're literally giving it to one of a handful of lords. And it's really 3 to 10 private equity kind of closet trillionaires that will take everything. So, and I mean, that doesn't help you if you're like, fuck social, I'm just trying to raise fucking GoFundMe to pay for my goddamn insulin or my medical bill or my fucking rent. And I'm like, I'm literally was on somebody's stream to do that. And you gotta do that. You gotta do that. And I'm not saying you don't do that. I'm literally like, please give Della and Lilith Fain are true queer, and Della is trans and indigenous people who are in terrible housing situations, and this is terrible, right? And you have to do what you have to do in the present. I've done all kind of things. I wish I didn't have to work at the corporations that I worked at. Every second of labor value that you give to Amazon, should not talk about the one we're streaming on. Every second of labor that you give to any corporation empowers that corporation. You are giving 90% of your lifeblood, your time, your energy to that corporation. Now, you don't have an option in most of America to not work under a capitalist boss, a corporate boss, or a corporate boss with government characteristics, because the United States government is the corporations of America. You don't have the option, really. I understand. You have to survive. You have to work at that shitty ass facility. You have to pay taxes, and you know where your taxes go even if you don't, your parents' taxes, your property taxes. Do you live in any place where people pay rent, mortgage? You know where the taxes on all that go? It goes to pay the cops that murder black and brown people, and break unions, and break their legs, and beat the shit out of Santa Cruz history professors, as Janet Napolitano, Barack Obama's Homeland Security officer, who is currently in charge of the UC California University system, sends SWAT cops to break all of the bones in the wrists of college professors. That's where your taxes go. So, and I mean, I know it's like, well, I can't not do these things, and I can't. My family, and if you don't, your family, your relatives, the person whose house you're staying in, somebody is paying those cops. Now, the more that you can get away from those systems that's why Silver Spook, we have the luxury here, because we live in the least colonized parts of Hawaii, where we don't have evictions. Police don't enforce capital, they don't enforce property, they don't enforce racism and white supremacy. So that means that it's difficult for landlords to collect exorbitant rents, which means that access to housing is so great. That's part of why we can run the Silver Spook Cooperative, and we function with no capital exploitation, or as minimal as we can get away with under the circumstances. It's not perfect either because I gotta buy this snowball microphone. It's made by fucking some giant corporation. It's got dead Iraqi blood all over it. This webcam has got dead fucking Bolivian indigenous lithium blood money all over that. There's sweatshop money all over every computer device that we're streaming on. But as how we're making the games, we're doing it as best as we can manage, right? And so, you know, as it can be managed, right, which is part of why land back and decolonization is so important, not just because it is the right thing to do for the crimes of the genocide, death, destruction, slavery, and just horrendous levels of terrorization and oppression of indigenous peoples, of black peoples, of Latinx peoples, of all these other marginalized peoples. Not just because it is the ethical and right thing to do, but also because there is no solution within the United States of America. America, the more that you participate in the corporations, the medical, the capitalist, post-capitalist, neo-feudal government arm of the corporations of America, the more you participate in that system, the more you empower that system. The more you pay any of these lords, the college debt lord, the student debt lord, the rent lord, the landlord, the mortgage lord, the medical debt lord, you provide labor to the corporate workplace lord, the more you empower the United States, the more that you produce systems, and it's not easy. If you try to start a cooperative, they might come down with, oh, you're violating this and this building code. You are up to snuff on this. Oh, you're producing milk. These don't meet FDA standards. We're gonna burn your entire cooperative to the ground. I mean, not metaphorically. We're gonna shut down your operation. I mean, it's not easy, right? But part of mutual power, part of decolonization, part of building these alternate power structures is figuring out ways in those gray areas of a dying empire. Because remember, America is Rome. Its capacity to maintain its territory is decreasing. And so, you know, a lot of these mutual, which should be something that a lot of anarchists should be like, oh yeah, let's you know. So, but part of that is like really taking it to another, whatever level you can manage to take it in the circumstances that you have, to not. And so anyway, this is kind of going off topic, but utility lords are another neo-feudal lord who you empower when you every dollar that you give to them. And I'm not saying you got to pay that. I mean, you can't just not pay. They turn your power off. I understand, right? But figuring out ways to building a completely decentralized electrical grid is not easy. That's part of the thing that I hope a lot of people that a lot of like uncritical or just a lot of the anarchist types who are like, well, we have to have no state, whatever, we're gonna get away. What I would argue is any sufficiently advanced mutual aid operation becomes indistinguishable from governments, you know? And ideally you would not have, oppressive forms, but you do, like, as indigenous people, native Hawaiians, as the Cherokee have their forms of, whatever kind of justice you have, restorative justice, making sure that people are, when there are wrongs being committed, whether that's, ideally it's not the way that America do its policing, but there has to be ways to stop and rein in people that are getting out of control. Now in Hawaii, traditionally you have ho'oponopono, you have restorative justice, but that relies on community. It does rely on 99% of the people being healthy, functional, no hoarding happening. There's no capitalism, doesn't exist. The concept of hoarding bananas, kalo, land, resources, anything, planes, boats, trains, the factory infrastructure to produce shoes or aloha shirts, that didn't exist, and it was actively fought against even after the West, the UK, and the United States, or the Britain and the United States showed up, and so it is difficult in a place like the United States where 99.5% of America is cancer with like patches of healthy skin, patches of here's a little segment of meat, sinew, and blood vessel, like about that big, of health. It's called like a little bit of a tiny little bubble of mutual aid, right? You got a little patch of Cherokee Hospital with contact testing and tracing and actual apps, keeping people safe, providing, here's a little bit of actual, but everything else is just cancer. In Hawaii, it's like, in Hawaii traditionally everything was healthy, and then you have, oh my goodness, there's a little rash here, let's stop the one of the ali'i, one of the stewards who was starting to hoard, And so, but you do need some way of maintaining that. You know, ideally, it's as horizontal as you can manage, right? It's as non-hierarchical as you can manage, but you do need some structures in place. Also, structures to make sure that people who know how to plant and grow the best transfer their knowledge and transfer their experience onto the other indigenous people. And let's be clear, anarchism and all the Marx and Kropotkin and all these old dead white bearded guys plagiarized indigenous peoples. So did the founding fathers. And then, what if we had democracy and equality, and then didn't do it? And Marx and Kropotkin, they were inspired and basically were taking indigenous values and who had been living them, not stormtroopers with university characteristics sitting around bougie liberal cafes in Paris or in London, sipping tea, talking about what it would be like to not be a stormtrooper murdering everybody for all the resources and then not actually succeeding at doing any of this. Kropotkin was a literal prince, but he's like aristocrat. Not that the ideas are bad, but it's like, I mean, there were indigenous people and there are other peoples that have lived these values for thousands of years that often go unnoticed, because they're usually not white. Because Europe is a barbarian, cannibalistic trauma machine, multi-thousand-year trauma machine that is threatening omnicide. And it's spread its cancer to the world. It's called colonialism. Colonialism is just feudalism and imperialism and Roman Empire spread to the rest of the goddamn world. It's like a metastasis, it's a tumor in the thigh of the world, breaking off into the blood vessels. They're called British privateer ships. They're called Dutch East India Company, traveling through the bloodstream of planet Earth, spreading into Turtle Island, spreading into the Pacific, spreading into China, into Asia, into Africa, into India, and metastasizing like so much cancer in a dying American teacher's body. And America wants to pretend like some teachers might, just that it doesn't have it, and then just nuke the world to never address its wrongs. That's what it wants to do. That's what the Navy strategist was saying. Let's just nuke the world. Let's just prepare. Nuclear war is super likely. Now, how do you know? I mean, it's not necessarily. All of your belligerents with no-fly zones over Syria, with Miss I'm the goddamn savior of the galaxy, Hillary Clinton wanted, which is increasing belligerence and probability of military confrontation between two nuclear superpowers. It's the United States, not some of these other parts of the world. Not that they're perfect, but they're not the ones that are doing the most belligerence, having 800 military bases in almost every country on the face of the fucking planet Earth, interfering in almost every country, their governments, their economies, their people's lives, and then literally bombing them in almost every country on Earth. And the United States as the pinnacle of the tip of a disgusting Cthulhu-like cancer mountain is like, well, now that we've eaten the entire planet, let's just blow it all up. That's the Navy guy going, nuclear war is likely. Let's just shoot the ICBMs and have the dead hands auto fire, and let's just, Elon Musk is like, well, I'm just gonna go to space and let them all nuke themselves. Don't let Elon Musk get to space. If Elon Musk goes to space, everyone will die because he doesn't want you to follow him, right? With your space guillotine. I mean, to fix the problems of the world and the Western imperialism, Western capitalism, all these collectives, hierarchy, will require the end of the systems that maintain the billionaire class, that maintain the military-industrial complex, to maintain all of these people's power. And it would mean many of them would not do much better than what happened to a lot of very powerful people under Mao. They're not doing much better than what happened to a lot of very powerful people in a lot of areas that had actual changes at scale, right? And so, if they can get off of Earth, there won't be any life on Earth. I personally think there won't be any life on Earth. It's not that hard. You just gotta get to all the right places with all the launch codes, with all the red buttons. Come up with some operate. They false flag. They can just take a bunch of onions, put it into the eyes of a bunch of white people or people in DC, just like the Syrians with a chemical weapon attack, right? With the spilling of a chlorine and calling it sarin gas. Crunch up a bunch of Maui onion and rub it into the eyes of somebody who you drop $10,000, see something A money in their bank account, or like a activist, or like a Capitol rioter rubbing onion in their eye. Just like rub onion in the eye of the people who have the launch codes. Come up with a bunch of bullshit. Get all the richest, most powerful 10,000 people off of Earth. And then just come up with some excuse. Oh, I accidentally entered 13576Z-1175DXTYF DEFCON 6 into the nuclear launch code at, an undisclosed location somewhere near Vandenberg Air Force Base. Oops. Oh my God, did I launch that? Oh no, we accidentally launched it. At Russia and China at the same time. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, did Earth go? Oh no. Oh no. What will happen now that 99% of the people on Earth don't exist and can't chase us down with space revolutionary armies and empowered masses of people who survive Earth? Because in order for Earth to survive, will require require communism or socialism, a drastic shifting away from capitalism, which requires them to lose their power. Just think it through a little bit. In order for them to continue to, you think the masses of people of the United States, where they exist, are gonna let those people off the hook who have literally chosen to not house and feed billions of people on the earth, who have chosen to kill and destroy so many people? And when these people, the masses, understand what has been done to them, do you think that they're gonna allow you to exist when they don't need you on Mars? They don't need you on Mars. What the fuck do they need human beings? They have robots that can do all the butchers, baking, candlestick making, the archaeology construction, the artificial intelligence. A few handful of programmers can handle the AI coding to make all of the robots. They don't need humans when AI can do everything. They don't need you. They don't want you. They don't want you chasing them around the galaxy. Don't work on space. Not in the West anyway. I mean, there's other ways that it can go where non-Western imperial powers, do a lot, and that's one thing that could happen is non-Western imperial capitalist hell powers, do more of the space travel, and that could be a more positive situation. But at the same time, they're already militarizing space as we speak, right? They're already putting missiles and nuclear and other missiles. They're trying to put nukes. They're trying to put missile systems. They're trying to weaponize all of space, right? $800 billion military spending is going to look like peanuts when they take 1.2, they take 1.6 trillion, and they throw it into space. Which again, that's going to lead ultimately. There's not really a good scenario for that. I mean, if that path continues, and so anyway, I mean, this is not a very hopeful. That's part of the stream is not very hopeful. But let me get. Okay, now it's 9:55, so I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna stop talking about this very soon. I do want to get through this though. Publicly traded companies don't have to comply with laws. Pension funds are toxic waste dumps for risk. Any bad trade. So you're like, oh my goodness, did I screw up on the GameStop trade? This is the thing that they won't tell you either. You know all the GameStop trades that blew up, people that got in too late, the giant credit default swap entities, huge private equity firms, they messed up on the GameStop. You know where all the bad trades went? They went in your mommy and daddy pension fund. You know where they went? They went in your municipal bonds. They would have gone to pay for the water treatment facility. So now you will, where do you live? Get ready to drink hookworms in the United States. That's where the money went. The money that they lose goes, the risk gets transferred straight to the pension funds, straight to the 99% retirement, straight to the money that was going to go to build you a hospital, the money that was going to go to pay for the new park, that was going to pay to fix the bridge that fell into the sea, broke off the side of Malibu, or not Malibu, broke off the side of a highway that wasn't owned by Iron Man, fell into the ocean. The roads are collapsing, the bridges are collapsing, and that's where it went. It went into quadrillions of micro thefts operating at the speed of light with artificial intelligence powered 7 football field sized servers with coders that have a lot less ethics in their body, sitting around making 6-7 figures, $500,000, coding the algorithms that are stealing everything. Your highway, your road, your bridge, 1.01 cent at a time. Because you can do the high frequency trade. You can do like you can do trillions of trades, quadrillions of trades in a second. It just the sky's the limit with if they could travel back in time and like break the laws of physics, build an Einstein-Rosen bridge and commit fraud on your past self, they would, and steal whatever is left of you. But this is what's happening. Pension funds are toxic waste dumps for risk. Any bad trip. In 2018, JP Morgan owned 120 million Class A shares of the coastal states wind as well. They recommended IAF buy 120 million. They buy it all from AJP Morgan. Allegedly, independent financial advisor to the funds sold his own stuff. So this is all insider trading. This is all just insider, basically liquidation of whatever money you had in your energy grid. Raises issues not just for regular oversight, but how. Anyways, and this is like 2 years ago. This is 2018. It's much worse now. It's much more consolidated. It's much the level of fraud is much higher now. California PG&E warnings. California, I predict this summer, millions more people will suffer blackouts, wildfires, and blackouts. It's not a guarantee that it will, but there's a good chance that it will be much worse because the grid is 3 years older than when that first couple years older. It's more broken. Absolutely nothing has been done. Gavin Newsom is taking buckets of money. Mayors are taking, all of the California government is taking buckets of money to cover up all of this criminal negligence and fraud, which will kill people in California as their homes burn to a crisp. It will cause wildfires. It will cause blackouts. It will cause people to suffer. It will cause people's medical devices, their ventilators to shut off. It will cause people to die in California this summer. I predict a lot of people will die. Electricity will go off. Nothing will be done. There's no regulatory. California, there might not be a California after this summer. I mean, I hope that's not. I hope that's wrong. But there might not be it might just be like a fucking completely incinerated wasteland. But after an exploding cop's birthday party burns down the rest of the dry, desertified redwoods that used to be where George Lucas would film Endor's Moon, and then CG and some Ewoks riding on speeders. You know, but now that's all gonna burn to a crisp. So Skywalker Ranch will have its fires put out around it because George Lucas is a 100 millionaire, can have 4 private firefighting teams like the Kardashians and Taylor Swift to put out the fires around his little mansion and his Skywalker Ranch. But all the forests that used to shoot, I don't know how you're gonna film Mandalorian Endor's Return when all your redwoods are all burnt to a crisp and there's no fucking redwoods in California anymore because they're all burnt. And you collateralized dead black people firefighter obligations, prison firefighters in California obligations are being sold on Wall Street. Betting on how many black people will die in California's wildfires while trying to put them out. The ones who didn't die of COVID in the COVID petri dish that is San Quentin prison. Anyways, JP Morgan owned 120 million Class A shares. They recommended raise issues. JP Morgan constructed massive, elaborate front to defraud customers. California PG&E, they warned already 10 years. So that was in 2018. It's not 10 years. It's permanent blackouts until there's no electrical grid left in California. So it's just a fucking wasteland. And you can all play Fallout for real. You can have your little new California Republic. Except it'll be your new California fascist empire. It'll be a new California fascist cannibal fucking shithole. That's what it'll be. Not a new California Republic. There's never any democracy in California. There's a bunch of black and Indian top cops and Kente Coffin wearing fucking liberals. With 40% of all the lynchings in 1 week in June in the United States happening. California is as racist as fucking Texas. It just does a better job of putting masks over its racism and its capitalism and its slavery and its lack of democracy and its plutocracy. California is just gonna fall into the fucking ocean, and then we can have a live action role playing version of Escape from Los Angeles with Kirk Russell riding on a tsunami shooting machine gun at the Proud Boys. I mean in a video game, not like he's not gonna do anything like that. That would be a violation of the TOS. The utility companies are shutting the power down in California. Utility companies are shutting power down because they can't guarantee the trees won't fall on power. They did shut the power down because they couldn't guarantee trees won't fall on power lines and start fires, which is because of mismanagement there, and they should have been maintaining the power lines. Like Smithers from The Simpsons, the 5th largest economy in the world, California doesn't have reliable electricity because a corporate-owned utility, PG&E, can't manage its transmission lines without fear of forest fires, resulting in issue of severe corporate mismanagement. PG&E, it has time and time again. This has been for years. It's gonna be fucking hella worse this year. It's probably not gonna be. It's gonna be California, Washington, Oregon, New York. I mean, all of America is just waiting. It's a giant, dry, gasoline-covered pile of hay waiting for a match to hit it. Right? And as the climate change accelerates, it's gonna get. 2021 is just 2021 is just novice difficulty 2022. And 2022 is just easy mode 2023. 2023 is just a cakewalk compared to 2024. It will never get better in the United States as long as there's a United States. It's just gonna get worse. It can get better in like some other methods of organizing society that rely on people recognizing the crimes against humanity that have been committed for hundreds of years. But I mean, I hope that people can get this shit together in that Turtle Island that calls itself United States. But I don't know. It doesn't look good. You know what it looks like? 10 years of blackouts is what PG&E predicted. So if the corporation is predicting 10 years of blackouts with increasing severity, what is actually going to happen is much worse than that. Utility companies are shutting the power down because they can't guarantee the trees will. I already said that. PG&E has time and time again prioritized financial returns for its investors at the expense of the public interest and the necessity of running their utility. Their core biz, whether it's including natural gas explosions that have killed people. The core business, whether it's providing electricity, making crackers at Kraft, because Kraft also rigged like wheat futures to jack up the price of their rather than making better macaroni or producing better products, what they did was just do financial shenanigans and rig the price of wheat to get their cracker sales revenues up. It's literally like build nothing, all financial engineering, all just Wall Street electron shell games to defraud everyone of every single cent and piece of wealth and infrastructure, their physical body, their the disability that they need, if you are disabled, you're gonna get fired instantly as soon as they find out in the corporation because America's system is eugenicist and super ableist, and that's what it is. It's about, and if you're a disabled individual, you're even more obsolete than an enabled individual, and America is telling you, go die. Canada, actually, I just discovered, Canada is one of the few nations, like 5 nations, that actually provides less per capita assistance to disabled people than the United States. So, good job, Canada, being worse at assisting disabled people than the United States. I don't know how you do that. It's a good job. They also have a higher, Toronto Stock Exchange is the headquarters for more than 50% of the entire planet's resource extraction companies, including fossil fuel, mining, lithium, copper, coltan, etc. So, Canada is just another, Canada and Australia in some senses are worse than the United States, but per capita, Australia and Canada are like rivaling or even exceeding the United States in per capita fossil fuel carbon emissions, exceeding America in ableism and denying access to resources that disabled people need. How do you do that? I mean, it's really commendable planetary cancer, imperial capitalist, just death spiral, really stunning job you guys have done there. Anyways, while also keeping your image so nice and airbrushed and clean, like, we have steel straws and we have Justin Trudeau, but also we're just like literally just like murdering and crushing indigenous people. Anyways, PG&E, an issue of severe corporate mismanagement. Yeah, but anyway, whether it's providing electricity, making crackers, providing banking services at JP Morgan, they're providing resources for people to get their, because it does take some investment to get things going, right? Even until you have like stateless, classless, moneyless society with zero or absolutely minimal hierarchy. Under current circumstances, it does take some investment upfront of resources to get the economic activity started, to get people's material conditions met. But that is not happening in the United States either. So the banking system doesn't lend to people starting actual functioning businesses. It lends money for corporations to buy back $50 billion worth of their own fracking fraud, right? And fracking is another business that is literally, if you drill an oil well in a Texas countryside, in most places, you can get 400,000 barrels. You can get for 30 years, fountaining out millions and millions, $12 million a year easily from one well. With fracking, you can maybe get a couple million if you're lucky. Very low grade with hydraulic fracturing, sending 10,000 completely unregulated chemicals, poisoning the ecosystem, poisoning water, poisoning land permanently or near permanently, with these super pressurized chemicals, and the oil that comes out is thin. It is not even high enough grade for jet fuel and a lot of other uses. It's very poor quality. Shale oil is garbage. Tar sands is like, it's like eating gravel for cars and planes. I don't know if that's specifically why the plane. Like, you can't put it in planes. You can't put the frack oil in the planes. And it costs 12 times more for every gallon. It costs $12 for every dollar of oil you get out of the ground. It's a permanently losing. Again, it's neofeudalism, post-capitalism. You cannot make a profit fracking. Biden and Kamala Harris, the good imperialists, the good Democrat, we're better than the other ones, said we are 100% behind it, and committed to it. They have been for the last decade. And California is the 4th or 5th biggest fracking. Again, California, we're so green. We have Elon Musk. We have Powerwalls and electric cars. They're the 4th biggest fracking. They're one of the top 5 fracking states in the United States. You get negative return on investment. You get negative 12 times more. You get negative 12 return on investment. It's just abysmal. It's not. It's like throwing money into a fire, literally, and then powering a turbine spinning above the fire. Going, oh, look at that! We made 2 cents of electricity, burning $100. Also, sending ash and coal into everybody's eyes, and like creating kids are making ash snowmen and getting fucking silicosis and cancer, inhaling all the ash from all these dollars you burnt to make 2 cents of electricity. But I mean, we make some electricity, right? But when you have infinite fountain of money because of your proximity to the Dauphin and the Dauphin. The Dauphin was what's her name? Richard Wolff, famous Marxist economist, classmate Janet Yellen at Harvard. Again, Harvard, same place that they pump out people who say the purpose of our electrical grids is to cause thousands of people to suffer and die and millions to go without power, so we can charge $16,000. It's the same people, Harvard. Harvard is just an Emperor Palpatine training facility. I don't know why anybody wants to spend $50,000 a year to go there. Anyways, well, I do, so that you can be Emperor Palpatine. But anyways, or Count Dooku. When you have, fracking, which is the number one and one of the biggest investments for the last 10 years, Wall Street gives the money to these fracking companies, huge subsidies, to pretend to, again, engineer their balance sheet to make it look like we're making $10, $20, which you can only attempt to break even with billions and hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies of central bank printed quantity of easing infinity money thrown at these fracking companies when oil is like $100 a barrel. And then oil went to negative 35, but that doesn't matter because you don't need to make money, right? When oil goes to negative $35 a barrel, the Exxon and the Shell and the Chevron executive takes $50 million and then just sets more of America on fire, right? Poison more Americans. If you burn more of America, if you collapse, if you emit more carbon, if you lose more money throwing it into a fucking giant poison radioactive pit in the earth under disproportionately black and Hispanic communities, in areas, there's a city in California called the Lost City because it has the highest rate of birth defects in the United States per capita. It's in a majority Hispanic area where they're fracking the shit out of it, and they're adding more fracking as we speak. While talking about we're changing and we're better because we have the squad and Biden, you're not gonna do shit. America's just gonna fucking burn itself alive. The more that you frack, the more planes you crash, the more $50 million bonuses you get. The more that the entire economy of the United States nosedives, the bigger the CEO bonuses. Elon Musk made $200 billion making less than 1% of the planet's vehicles. He's not worth that. The money is literally based on his fucking shitpost and his memes and his fucking Wall Street bets nonsense. And is like literally spewing ascientific garbage from Mr. Galaxy Brain S6, who has literally the guy who's supposed to be the specialist in cosmology and a genius fucking rocket scientist who read all of the physics from the from Einstein to all the top NASA engineers, and he knows it all in his fucking. This is the way that he's fucking talking about it in his fucking TED Talks. He literally said that the sun will go into consume all of its hydrogen fuel in the fusion that is happening at its core and start fusing heavier and heavier elements like helium expanding into a red giant, blowing away huge plumes, expanding to the size where it consumes all of Venus, and evaporating Earth's oceans, making life uninhabitable in 500 million years, which is correct, but you're off by a fucking magnitude of 10. You're off by a factor of 10. It's fucking 5 billion, and he doesn't even know he's trying to give this like deep like sense of wonder, science fictional, like Carl Sagan with some Enya music in the background sort of speech, like I'm some wise old fucking sage. I watched a Carl Sagan video and I wanted to be some kind of science environmentalist guru talking about some pale blue dot. But in the middle of all of my, and his conclusion is, we do have a second chance. For me, it's called Mars. So fucking burn Earth, and I'm gonna go to Mars. There's a song in Captain Eutropia, right? Remember that song I sometimes play? Space was the final frontier, but freedom and democracy are dead as all of planet Earth, a toxic shithole husk covered in radiation and skulls of the poor. Only billionaires got to Mars. I mean, that's like, I don't do science fiction, I do stylized journalism. He told you that in his speech. I'm gonna take all the money I make from Bitcoin and just breaking all the legs of all of my unionized Tesla and SpaceX employees and melt the Earth and go to Mars. And then I'm gonna accidentally buy the annihilation of all life on Earth by shooting a nuke from space and then blaming it on some, I don't know, just whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be nukes specifically, but I mean, he doesn't want, you can't have people alive to follow some fucker who screwed everyone over on Earth, you know? Anyways, long story short, but this fucking clown is not worth 3 million times more than his employees, which is what he claims. He says that you're paid exactly in proportion to the difficulty of problems that you solve. And he can't fucking figure out how many millions of years it's going to take the Earth to for the sun to go red giant, which it will. But he's way the fuck off. And his point hinges on that concept, which is that if it took only 10% longer for conscious life to evolve on Earth, it would have never evolved. It's not. It's 100%. So his whole little speech about why he needs to get off of Earth and make fully automated luxury space fascist capitalism and have 10 generations of indentured servitude with an $800,000 loan to get on a spacecraft to go to Mars, where he can cut off your oxygen and water, which he owns and controls the spigot of. So, I want to unionize. You want to unionize? Have fun not breathing, because I have the AI and I have the number and the dial on every single person's fucking oxygen tank, and I sell you the oxygen. You know, $5. You know, do you want to breathe today? You're having a hard time with electricity in Texas in the middle of a cold snap. Try going. You know, the human body can go, you know, for potentially like many days, weeks without food. You can go some days without water. You can go maybe 6 minutes without air. Less than that until you become unconscious. Then without support, you're not gonna be revived, right? Try unionizing when your boss can shut your air off and also has every single thing that you're saying, talking, and thinking, and there are no laws international, not the United States has laws, but there is no law on Earth whatsoever that applies to his personal corporate fucking space resort. Anyway, so Elon Musk is saying, I want to do that, fuck every human that isn't a billionaire and one of my friends. They're telling you this to your face, but people don't want to hear it because, you know, everybody in America is in permanent denial. It's a normal thing to be in permanent denial as you are abused by your abuser and gaslit by your abuser and told that you are a failure because you're poor and you're a temporary embarrassed future Elon Musk. You're not. You're just gonna die in the near future from a wildfire, freezing to death, because you, by your own volition, because you hide your cancer when you get it, because you don't want to become homeless or make your children homeless or your family homeless from a car crash or any of these other things. And I know, is that that's a harsh reality? Yeah, because I hope that you can fucking wake the fuck up and get your shit together, Americans. Gov should declare an emergency eminent domain. Only make money by focusing on short-term manipulating markets, strong-arming regulators, committing fraud. California has the Fukushima. It's called PG&E. Texas has the Fukushima. It's called all of its entire electrical grid, which is privatized. People are being torched. They're dying. They're being burnt in a mass arson. They're being frozen. That's why I call it the Song of California Fire, and the Song of Texas Ice and California Fire. Everyone is being, in Game of Thrones, all of the peasants are sacrificed. People in Flea Bottom, they just die of disease, rotting, being killed because some knight or lord felt like playing target practice with a crossbow. If you survive to the age of 20 with your nasty, brutish, short life, dying from the first Black Death, not COVID pandemic that's going to kill the rest of the West, but I mean the first Black Death. If you don't die from horrible pandemics because it's filthy ass, terrible sanitation procedures of these people, if you don't die from poverty, if you don't die from brutalization with no law and no recourse for your peasant self, which is who the masses were, most people were not lords. If you didn't die from that, or you died fighting for the venal desires and greed of your master, and king is not, there's no, the king, the word king on Kamehameha, Kalakaua, and all the Hawaiian leaders and indigenous leaders, these are not really applicable. This is not, Hawaiians live routinely to 80, 100 years. The poorest Hawaiians routinely live to be 100 years old. You can't do that if people are constantly fucking being murdered for the venalities of rival lords, overlords, chiefs sitting in their castles eating their drumsticks, while all the peasants are going stabbing each other, plunging sabers, scimitars, fucking maces and daggers and arrows into each other. The ones that survive the plagues, the ones that survive the permanent trauma, the permanent, omnipresent trauma, death, and destruction of that era, right? And so, similar in Game of Thrones, that's why Neofeud, a lot of it is inspired by a lot of Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, even for the royals of the time, their life is short. Like they're killing each other all the time, stabbing each other in the back, putting a bunch of nightshade into somebody's wine, turn their face purple. If you survive, everyone is traumatized. Even the richest and most powerful, their father disowns them. If you're Tyrion, if you're the Lannister, oh, you don't have enough ambition. You lost your hand. You are a disgusting. A freak. I don't want to even look at you. You're an embarrassment. And these are the rich. Everyone lives in permanent. The rich, the poor. If you're poor, you live in permanent trauma, and then you die suffering and slaving away, killing people for no reason at the age of 14 for your lord. And if you live, you live to be abused. Have these terrible, just like evil, deeply broken human beings. Re-traumatizing each other by shooting little crossbows into each other, chopping people's heads off, brutalizing everyone, constantly backstabbing, conniving, scheming, everything that Americans continue to do, but with less obvious violence. And in Game of Thrones, there is, it's feudalism, right? And this is where America, I think, is unfortunate. I mean, I hope it doesn't go to this place, which is just total collapse of all infrastructure. The capacity for people are not always at each other's throats when they have their basic needs met. Now, it's very difficult to meet your basic needs: food, housing, shelter, medical care, some basic level of security in the United States. It's very difficult. You gotta work like 40, 60, 80 hours to get close to it, right? You gotta live 20 to a house, 16.5 specifically as a Micronesian, 10, 12 to a house, right? Living with your comrades, living with abusive white supremacists, shut ass mommy and daddy, liberal boomer Gen Xers who hate you, think you're trans, because you're queer, you're like subhuman, and then beat you up while also wanting you to stay in the house so they can collect your disability check, right? Still, I mean, that's a terrible situation to be in, and I don't want to make light of that because I know a lot of people that are in that situation. But it's not as bad as it could be. It is in Libya. It is in Syria. It's not 1600s Britain, or 1300s Britain, or 800s Britain, or 700s France, or 1200s Sweden, or 100 BC Rome, or any time in Europe, basically. Which is the periods of peace. It's like, oh wow, we had 2 seconds of peace, and then we had 365 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes of hell. And so unfortunately that's like where things seem to be going. Shipping costs, governments declare an emergency, eminent domain. So what could be done is obviously governments could declare an emergency in California and in Texas and all these places as they are plunging. Give the state the agency to operate in public interest these electrical grids. From San Bruno natural gas pipeline explosion in 2011. Anyways, yeah, so they could do this. They're not going to do this. America's not going to do this. You know what's going to happen? Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Your grid will fall apart. I predict 2021 will be. This is the beginning of an ongoing slew of catastrophic failures. I don't want to tell you that. 22 will make 21 look like a cakewalk. You know how I know that? Because I can see. I was like in the heat of 2020 in the COVID pandemic. Trillions of dollars of collateralized debt obligations, like the subprime meltdown of 2008, 2007, 2008. Trillions of dollars were $500 billion specifically were transferred from, in secret, in quiet, from banks' balance sheets onto pension funds, onto municipal funds, causing the meltdown. In 2020, trillions of dollars of collateralized city obligations because New York City can't open its restaurants. Broadway's closed. All the art museums, it's over $1 trillion of real estate in America. There are multi trillions of dollars of real estate in cities across the United States. All of that is 90% is waiting a 90% a plummet crash, to happen. You know what happened to GameStop? All of the United States value, America isn't worth 10% of what it says it is. It's New York real estate is falsely inflated. Its corporations are falsely inflated. Over half of America's companies, especially in the Fortune 500, are zombie corporations. They can't pay back the interests on their debt with their revenue. They don't make anything. And the collapse of their real estate, and the worst part of it is that when it collapses, all that toxic risk, all of those obligations, all of that debt, all of those repackaged, chopped up like rotten fish in a really fucked up sushi chef, chopping up like 20-day-old slimy maggot-filled fish and then throwing it into some soup. And the soup is all of your infrastructure. The soup is losses to your family. I'm saying, if you have a house, fucking figure out how to get a house that is not tied up in some kind of banking scheme. Because whatever you have, it was like September and October. They didn't talk. Nobody's gonna talk about this. You're never gonna fucking hear about this. And I said, if you can get money out of anything that's held up in stocks, anything held up in fucking bonds, anything held up in real estate, any money that you don't own outright, any mortgage, any loan, anything that is tied up in the financial system, 401k, mutual fund, fucking anything. Not that you have it, but do you have any family that are living off of it? Do you like anything that you have? Even relying on your family's house, anyone's house, relying on your electrical grid. It sucks. I wish you didn't have to figure out how to get electrical generation for yourself. Figure out how to get some water. It's not in a libertarian sense. Figure out if you can do a mutual aid organization that can provide fresh water and electricity through like a communal 3,000 solar panel operation or something, because a magnitude great, and this is not even recognized, magnitudes greater economic damage is in the cards for the United States that went out in 2019. It hasn't hit yet. The losses to your municipalities, to your family's wealth, whatever you have not been realized, but they are out there. This toxic subprime, it's basically toxic subprime commercial real estate. It's non-payable, non-paying, overinflated financial products based on the value of New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Disneyland, Honolulu, Miami, all the major cities, and some of the medium-sized cities, is all being dumped into everything I was just talking about. So anyway, I know that's not a fun and happy story either. It sucks, but I have to tell you that, because if I was a Goldman Sachs high-frequency trading algorithm programmer, if I was working at Vanguard, if I was working at Bancorp, if I was moving the money of billionaires to make their billions make more billions, I would have been doing that in September, October, November, December. Right now, what I'm doing, if I was working at these places, what I would be doing is taking all of the frozen. I would be bidding up the price of electricity in Texas. Well, I would have done that in January. I would have been buying out the water pipes. I would have been price gouging the replacement pipes. Anyways, you get what I'm saying, right? There is no hope in the United States providing any infrastructure to you ever again. Whatever you have will be taken from you. Do you have electricity? It will be taken from you. Do you have water? It will be taken from you. Do you have roads? They will be taken from you. You have to work. I mean, it's really like, it's not just non-back specifically, but that's a big part of it. You have to work on those whatever networks, mutual aid networks. If you have some little shred of a local government that is completely bought out and saddled with Wall Street bonds and owned by fucking little corporations like Nevada, if you have any little shred of shadow agency in an economic, governmental, even military sense in your area, you have to start figuring out how to do a lot of, I mean, not in like, you gotta go build your own house and build your own electrical grid. Well, if you're having a hard time, these people, that's terrible. You know, like that mayor of that Texas that said, like, if you are, I'm sick of listening to handouts. If you want electricity, the government doesn't have responsibility to provide it to you. No, the government does have responsibility as long as it exists to fucking provide all of those things to its citizens, like the Vietnamese government, like the Chinese government, like the Cuban government, like decently functioning governments do. United States, you don't have one. And not that you should do these things because you want to be some kind of like libertarian, self-made, self-reliant individual. No, don't be self-reliant. Rely on the community members in the little bubble of non-cancerous flesh in an ocean of metastasized lymphoma that is the United States. Whatever little bubble of health that you have, of mental health, of psychological health, of economic health, whatever you have to like begin to build the life raft and the life vests in terms of your electrical, housing, food, sovereignty, water, waste treatment. You know, waste treatment. I mean, if you grew up in Vietnam, Luna knows what this means. It means not having access to the ability to treat typhus, cholera, hookworms, things that will kill people, right? Have you ever not pooped in the toilet that went to a place, like in some parts of the South, they already got hookworms and typhus and cholera epidemic in Skid Row. Thousands of people die from these diseases that were like medieval era diseases. America is, but that those areas are going to expand at an accelerating rate. So the ability to fucking treat waste, figuring how to get like just septic systems. I mean, it sounds like really simple, but I mean, it's not that simple. Like people that know how to do it. It's part of what in the Big Island, a lot of this stuff, everybody has the machines. They know how to do it. The government here, a lot of it is shadow Hawaiian. It's Hawaiian value based, right? The cops don't again. The Hawaii County Police have evicted 0 people in 5 years. You have to pay $10,000 if you're a landlord or a giant mega bank in Oregon or in Northern New York or California to get cops from Honolulu or from Maui County to fly over. You have to pay 1.5 times their normal salary, which is very high. $150,000 is just a median rate for a cop because that's the United States. You pay the fucking leg breakers and the slave catchers. You got to pay $15,000 to fly them over, 2 cops, 2 sheriffs, put them up in a hotel for a weekend, and they come to somebody's house and they point guns at them and say, get out of this house. If that might not work because people move back in, another person comes and squats the next week, it is very difficult to evict people in here in the Big Island. But that's because there's like, it is not a perfect situation, but the values of the people and a lot of the Hawaiian language and Hawaiian culture persists in the Big Island. A lot of people speak it, a lot of people practice it, right? I talk about this a lot. And that reflects, and also, and not just in their language and not the way they speak, and not just in their hula dances. The values of Hawaiian culture are fundamentally kuleana, pono, aloha aina. They vaguely translate into anarcho-socialism, but these are like pale stormtrooper-ease words. English is a broken language that can't even speak about property without imposing domination and hierarchy. You can't talk about land and real estate. All these words have deep imperial, deep colonial, deep structure, deep violence in them. But the closest you can get is an anarchism and socialism. And I call it partially automated indigenous anarcho-socialism. But long story short, that's why I'm not worried here. I am worried about my family on Oahu. Their roads are falling apart. If you drive between Wisconsin and Michigan, you're lucky if your Jeep Grand Cherokee or your 30-year-old Toyota doesn't come back in a pile of scrap metal with little bits of carburetor and wheel bouncing around. That's how terrible the roads are. Nobody wants to talk about that. That's why I made Neofeud, is to talk about how fucked you are. how fucked my friends and family are in the parts of America that still exist that look like a fucking third. It is not an exaggeration to call them third world country or near third world country situations. Vietnam is a developing country. Again, their quality of life, their access to medical care is leagues better than the United States. 60 times less malnutrition deaths, $420. A median salary can easily afford. One millennial or Gen Z working can afford, or two, can afford easily a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. That is impossible in the United States. The median salary is $30,000 a year. That will get you a shoebox in the majority of the United States, where 66% of the country lives, which is in and around urban sprawl, even to this day. And the healthcare, the pandemic response, literally 2,000 times less deaths. Every major indicator, Vietnam went from the poorest country to one of the most successful in terms of providing means to their people. It's one of the greatest success stories across in the world. The United States is doing much worse than Vietnam. The people of the United States are suffering, they're dying, and they will continue to. And so the reason why I kind of say all these kind of very frightening things is because I want people to really try to face that reality. Give up on the temporary embarrassed millionaire bullshit. You are not going to be a millionaire. You're going to suffer and then you're going to die. If you continue to insist on participating in this system, the more that you participate and try to get ahead and get better jobs at a AAA game company, at a university, at a I'm not saying don't go to these things and don't study and don't work on games, but definitely you work in fossil fuel, definitely work in the surveillance capitalist big tech industry. You are empowering your own destruction. Every rent that you pay, you are empowering your own destruction. Every electric bill that you fortunately have to pay, particularly if it's a non-corporatized or if it's one of these institutions, and there's so many that are, even if they were good at one point, they are being shadow privatized, they're being shadow Wall Street tentacled. And if you are with a lot of these institutions, or you're paying into these, it doesn't matter what you're paying. You are empowering these institutions, and does that make it really hard to be in the United States? Yes. Does that make it really fuck Silver? I can't build my own goddamn electric grid. Like, yes, but assume in 5 years you will be in a worse position than people in El Paso were in February, because that is what is coming for you. This is what Harvard economists are saying the system is designed for. This is what the financiers are saying we are trading and we are betting on. The smart money is on the collapse of the United States and the deaths of millions of people through the medicine, through lack of healthcare, through ongoing impoverishment. This is like, they are like, not short of coming on CNN and going, hey y'all, we're gonna kill 300 million Americans and leave the last 30 million as slaves, and we're gonna take everything you have and we don't fucking care. They're doing everything short of just saying that. By saying what happened in Texas is by design. Jacking the price of electricity to $20,000 a day, $20,000 a month is our design. That killed people. That will continue to kill people. What has happened in Texas is the tip of a massive fucking iceberg. If you have even something close, not day after tomorrow, but we're talking about, imagine like the cold snap of this year, as the Arctic, as the jet stream, the Arctic jet stream that maintains 100 mile per hour winds spinning in a tight circle around the Arctic, continue to break down because of uncontrolled climate change, which is a lot of it already baked. It doesn't matter how many steel straws you use, how much fracking you stop. Not that I think that Kamala and Biden are going to stop it. Doesn't matter how much meat you don't eat. Although try to avoid carbon emissions everywhere you can. Doesn't matter. It's all this is already baked in. And we need to slow this down, right? And reverse as much as we can. But next year will be 10 times worse, or many times worse. 2023 will make that look like a fucking cakewalk. 2025, it's predicted that China will surpass America 7 years. It was 5, and from 2019 to 2020, that was shifted to it was shifted another 2 to 3 years. China is now set to surpass the United States in 2028. I predict that China will be set to surpass the United States in 2025, next year. It already has in purchasing power parity terms, which is what matters. All your funny central bank printed quantitative easing infinity fiat money is just monopoly money. What matters is what the material reality of the people's conditions, your infrastructure's conditions, and they're doing okay over there. They have their own problems. The debt's going up a little. They have a little too many billionaires there. They are not anywhere close to where the United States is, though. The United States is literally liquidating itself. It could. Next year. Again, the way that these feedback loops work in finance, in collapsing societies, and in, for example, the blue ocean of impact, where the sunlight shining down, hitting dark-colored blue ocean as the Arctic ice melts, accelerates the warming. These accelerating phenomena, environmental feedback loops that accelerate the rate of collapse, will accelerate the rate of economic collapse and societal collapse. And those feedback loops internally accelerate the rate. Societal feedback loops also have their own accelerant effect. As people's economic realities are socially destabilized, future economics gets more destabilized. As social fabrics shred apart, things that seem very stable suddenly go, right? Like a electrical disaster, it doesn't just harm people's electrical bill and means that people can't turn their AC on and do Twitch streams of Call of Duty or Among Us to raise money to pay their fucking existence rent, their medical bills, and their insulin and food and all these other things, and their moving costs, right? It doesn't just mean that you don't get to stream for a bit. The electricity going out means long-term damage to businesses that fold, that causes people to lose their sense of self-worth, that causes drinking, it causes increasing instability as more domestic abuse goes up. Those people that are put out of a job find other negative activities to get wrapped up in. They spend a lot more time hanging out on QAnon forums. That increases far right. All this kind of the electricity going out is going to have a tenfold at least magnifying impact to the future of Texas and the United States. Each one of these things is going to be a feed, and so the rate at which America seems to be falling apart is going to accelerate, which is why I'm telling you now. And like I said, a lot of massive depth charges laid in the hull of the USS America, the USS Dead White War Criminal, which is what's on America's money and is what runs America. Is dead white war criminal fucking ideology. There are depth charges laid all throughout the fucking country, financially, in its infrastructure, in its housing. And I'm not saying this like, buy my book about how to survive the apocalypse. No, survive the collapse of America. Buy a bunch of Bitcoin and get some MREs and 7.62 NATO munitions. No, I don't think that's gonna save you either. But you do have to figure out how you're gonna work in the communities that you can, as fast as you can, within the limited abilities that you have. I don't understand. People can't just quit their job. Oh, Silver Spook, I'm paying $1.7 million worth of mortgage in San Francisco. I'm a fucking Facebook engineer. I gotta do this job. I hate pushing Breitbart and Fox News to the top of the chart and supporting fascism around the world. I don't do that as much, but I hate deleting all the leftists, taking non-compete and perma-banning him with the fucking Thor hammer off of Facebook, and just taking any attempt of leftism and just wiping it from the internet. I don't like doing that, but I gotta pay fucking $200,000 worth of student loans. I got this mountain of mortgage debt, like a sword of Damocles hanging over my head and my wife and my children's head. I can't just quit. Maybe think about, can you though? Can you? Do you how much money do you have? Take the $1.7 million. Get out into a intentional community where you can build some kind of food, wherever you can get. I know it's hard in America. All the rural areas are full of fucking red fascists, people coughing 5G COVID conspiracy bullshit and literal COVID into each other's faces, and I know. But can you figure out a place to get into a space, some kind of little bubble of healthy tissue? There are some of them. Particularly work with your indigenous communities. The bits of healthy tissue in the United States that remain, a lot of that is in the indigenous communities. Now, you can't just become, I'm some white San Franciscan white San Franciscan adversarial network AI programmer, and I'm going to go lead the Algonquin revolution. No, but you can you can do some fucking reparations. You can go give some reparations to fucking Della and Lilith. You can take some of that money and help get some land where you can support trans and queer and marginalized comrades, don't, if you're a fucking white person, please don't try to lead this shit, because your stormtrooper ass is gonna end up running it into the ground like millions of other failed experiments. Not that it will succeed if you aren't white, but the chances of with the levels and layers of privilege and your stormtrooper education, because America doesn't do anything in schools and universities but produce brain poison, capitalist, military, industrial complex fucking cogs. But you can take what you have, assets you do have, and try to support in these communities and shut the fuck up, as Luna would say, and learn from these communities and use the capital, because it does take capital to do a lot of this stuff, and assist them in building, expanding bits of healthy tissue in a sea of cancer called the United States, called all of its structure, its colonial structures, its economic structures. You can do that because you will need it. If there isn't enough healthy tissue when the shit really hits the fan, like, many people will suffer and die. Many more people will suffer and die terribly. Under the 90 million Trump voters and the QAnon folks and the liberals, who are really no better, but they have a mask on and they're all white supremacist, capitalist, horrible fucking people who will be hungry soon. Who are they gonna eat? How are you gonna defend yourself when when the rest of the United States infrastructure looks 20 times worse than Texas does right now? When the cold, when you have negative 70-degree temperatures from California to New England. When, not if, the electrical grid of Florida, the water grids of the entire Midwest completely collapse. When the bridges and the roads are undrivable. What are you going to do? Not if, when. This is big. This is what they are predicting. They are already buying fucking 10 timeshares in New Zealand and a fucking bunker somewhere underneath an undisclosed location in fucking I can't disclose it, but somewhere in Hawaii. That's why that's why Mark Zuckerberg's here. That's why Larry Ellison's here. That's why the CEO of one of the biggest corporations where you can buy and sell magic cards and Baby Yoda t-shirts with bidding. I'm gonna just try to stealthily say who that is. That's why they're all here. That's why Elon will be here soon, because they don't want to be around all of the suffering and death and destruction when the rest of America is incinerated in a song of Texas ice and California wildfire. Not if, when. And then whoever survives this, the real winter and summer. Winter is coming and then summer is coming. And then winter is coming and then summer is coming. Winter is coming and then thousands and maybe 1 million will die this winter from COVID, on top of the next freezing ass temperature. So 500,000 from COVID, 700, another 50, 100,000 from opioids. The opioid crisis has not let up. It's only accelerated. More people die from opioids. The number of crises stacking up. The news cycle can't cover 99 out of, you can cover 1 out of 99 collapsing death spirals. COVID was just one. The opioid crisis never let up. You know that's in the news cycle? That's gone. The wars, you notice they're not in the news cycle. Everyone's still dying and being impoverished by those. You will not even hear about what I predict is they're here. I'm gonna pivot out of this because it's 10:45 very shortly. But here's an image of Neo. Somebody actually commented. I like this screenshot of Neofeud 2. It's called Artificial Wombs, Artificial Mothers, Family Ties 2049. And somebody said what did they say? Shit, I forgot. Anyways, it was somebody quote tweeted it with I like this image. Somebody said, if you haven't played Neofeud yet, then you should definitely catch up on it. For me, it was a positive surprise in so many ways. I can't wait to play Neofeud 2. Somebody said, I love these crazy creative sci-fi world and regular ass news broadcasts in the background. Now, you won't necessarily have android moms with, artificial wombs based on, current research of gestating a sheep embryo to term, which they succeeded at, with dead moms shot in the back of the head as AI robot wives take over and nurture all the children that America failed, if there are any left. That might not happen in 5 years. But California on fire, burning everything, even hipster sci-fi looking houses, areas like literally burning, and people being killed by their own AI. I mean, you can be killed by AI. It's called the planes that crash because the AI malfunctioned because you paid the programmers $9 an hour. It's the AI can kill you. It's called having cops sent by in a video game, something web services based data, massive data mining operation to send cops to leftist houses and then shoot them. Or I mean, just come into conflicts and then accidentally unalive you. So AI will definitely continue to kill you. It's definitely killing a lot of people with automated AI programmed drone kill decisions based on a watch list that's automatically provided to it based on the GPS coordinates of Muslims in Iraq. I mean, mostly Muslims and brown people and black people in Iran, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, who happen to go to a McDonald's or in a restaurant and sit down next to somebody for 10 minutes. Now you're on a kill list. They're not doing that in America yet. That's what the Ryan Gosling Pikachu song is about, is when they start drone bombing American leftists in San Francisco. They're not doing that yet. But again, it's not if, it's when. When shit falls apart, they're not gonna, America already had its capital successfully overtaken by 1,000 Nazis. America is a failed state. It's gonna fail harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. Biden can't save it. He doesn't run it. It's neo-feudal cannibals do, who will eat every bit of your flesh and your house and your water supply. That fire outside is what California will look like. And the news will say, the news will have bright blue clouds and very polite looking anchors on it talking about a bill just passed providing a $11 minimum wage in 2027. A bill will pass. On the news, you will see beautiful people playing with their tigers, like in Tiger King. You'll be able to watch in your VR headset. Virtual Dimitrescu, Resident Evil, waifu, 9 foot tall, 9-inch nailed vampire, sex mommies, chopping up people's bodies in zombie apocalypses. I mean, not the real one that you're living in. You'll be able to be in a virtual world where you have fluffy Pikachus and Charizards, gobbling up, little pellets as everything burns outside. And many people will die with their VR headset on, incinerated, their last thoughts. Wow, I really love the pixel art and I really love the A space E space S space THITIC. I love the aesthetic of this cyberpunk dystopia. I love the Among Us gameplay of Among Us 2 as they die being incinerated, as they die going into permanent diabetic ketoacidosis. That's how you will die. You will die being incredibly entertained. It's like Ready Player One with no happy ending and no sexy gamer girlfriend. It's Ready Player One, and then everybody fucking dies. It'll be fun to be entertained while you fucking wither away into a pile of death. It'll be really fun. You have amazing entertainment. I mean, if you can pay the microtransactions. There'll be a lot of freemium games to sit around and fork over all the money that would have gone to your meds so that you die from lack of meds. It'll be a very entertaining way to die. With a very bright TV on as everything burns. That's how Americans will die. They're not gonna die. Some of them will die in gunfights. Some of them who play too much fucking Call of Duty and Fallout will go out and LARP with that, and then they'll shoot each other. But a lot of people will just die being extremely well entertained playing Alex 2, a Steam original game based on the Half-Life series. A lot of people will die playing Call of Colonialism or Call of Duty 3.0, a new Cold War, having really realistic shooting games somewhere in Taiwan, blowing away people with Raytheon tanks and Lockheed Martin Tomahawk missiles. They have a lot of fun as they burn, as they just keel over from dehydration, as they and I mean, I guess it's a kind of a philosophical. Well, I'd rather just be entertained for the next 2 years rather than live 30 years in this hell. I mean, which is kind of a terrible thought. I prefer not to. I mean, it is a kind of a philosophical conundrum, right? Why bother fighting in this real world if it's so terrible when I could live in a virtual, not heaven, but virtual fun, happy time forever? I mean, that is, and I'm not just saying this. This is not just philosophical musing. This is literally also part of the plutocrats' plan. Let me give you the specific. There's a specific article. Where is it? VR. Anti-aging rich toys. Where the hell is it? Yeah, VR tech billionaires. VR, virtual reality is being championed as the solution to the world's collapse. Billionaires see VR as a way to avoid radical social change. Tech oligarchs are. I looked at this article before, but this is important. This is literally the plan. Tech oligarchs are encouraging the creation of virtual worlds as a cheap way to avoid problems in the real one. The future of virtual reality is far more than just video games. Silicon Valley sees the creation of virtual worlds as the ultimate free market solution to a political problem. In a world of increasing wealth inequality, environmental disaster, and political instability, why not sell everyone a device that whisks them away to a virtual world free of pain and suffering? Tech billionaires aren't shy about sharing this. Some people read this the wrong way and react incorrectly to it. The promise of VR is to make the world you wanted. It is not possible on Earth to give everyone all that they would want. Now, you can't have billionaires having everything that they want, and you can't have an Earth period with the continued capitalism. But anyways, it's not possible on Earth to give everything that they want. Not everyone can have Richard Branson's private island. Everybody can have a nice green space and access to beaches, public beaches, and public parks, and very nice areas to enjoy nature and enjoy. There's a lot. I know this because I live in a place where there are lots of nice, beautiful beaches and spaces for people to live and enjoy a beach day and have a good time and not have a bunch of billionaires buying it up and everyone living in a fucking ghetto with no access to the beaches, which is what Honolulu is like. So anyway, people react negative to any talk of economics, but it is resource allocation. You have to make decisions about where things go. Economically, you can deliver a lot more value to a lot of people in a virtual sense. So they're making economic arguments. They're saying, well, take people out of reality. Why do we need why all this instability? Why all this firebombing? Why Black Lives Matter? Why general strikes? Why unions? Why political fights? Why worry about reality? Why fight for $15? Why fight for anything? Why fight for revolution? Why fight for political change when you can just have a virtual utopia? It's a free market solution it's temporarily until you run out of money in your virtual fucking casino, or your house set on fire, or your water runs out, or the electricity goes out for 2 months and then you die. It's a solution. It is a solution. Keep 330 million people who could be organizing, who could be working to better their planet, who could be working to make things better, trapped in virtual reality. And I make video games for a living, so I mean, potentially I could be complicit in this. So it is a thing I think about. I don't want to make games that keep people locked in the video game for hundreds of hours, because that's part of why you have the collapse of the United States is video games and porn addiction. I mean, it sucks time, sucks energy. A lot of right-wing and Gamergate was the heart of the planetary mask-off fascist push, and putsch is. And that is important. That's why with Neofeud, I'm like, I don't want to make games that trap people in a fictional utopia. I want to make games that point back to the reality that people are suffering and dying in, to try to make the reality better. Whether I succeed in that is up to the people to decide. But I mean, that's part of why I make Neofeud so real. I don't want you to get lost in cyberpunk, bouncing off of the wall with your fucking Motoko Kusanagi analog, big titty waifu, fucking turning thermoptic camo on and then shooting a rent-a-cop, hacking into the Militech Corp, busting a bunch of skulls of some fucking, fucking street samurai with your retractable arm, all its cool gadgets, and then going to fucking, another city and doing the same thing and doing the same thing and doing the same thing for fucking 7,000 hours worth of content. I don't want people to get lost in virtual reality and be like a American hikikomori, and as the society rots around you. I want you to fucking leave that for some of it. I mean, reality is hard, I understand, but we have a responsibility to the fucking living human beings to not fall into little virtual palaces of self, right? And palaces of our own voluntary matrices, which is what a lot of the incel world is, which a lot of the reactionary world is. And then when they're threatened with, mommy and daddy aren't going to pay my bills anymore, well, I'm going to be a reactionary, I'm going to be a chud, I'm going to come out and lash out at feminists, at Anisa Sarkeesian. Why don't I have a world that my daddy had? People who work with me on video games, horribly racist, horribly reactionary, played more video games. They played 12 hours of video games a fucking day. Jim Sterling is one of these people. He didn't work on the games with me, but I mean, somebody who was deeply addicted and lost in virtual worlds, and then was faced with reality and then turned to reactionary explanations because of these like kind of walls of deep immaturity and deep virtual self-voluntary matrixification, and this is it's a hard problem because it's hard to tell somebody, hey, you know what, go deal with the slum that you live in and go out into the real world where people don't like you because you're trans and spit on you and attack you because you're brown, and try to get a job and just work in the real world, because I mean, fucking who wants to in the United States? At the same time, like, we do have, like, if you are somebody who even identifies somewhere on the left, and as a Native Hawaiian, this is a part of our values, I have the kuleana, the responsibility to try to work for the betterment, not just for a happy world for myself, not just to have my children delighted in a virtual reality for the next couple of years until everything fucking falls apart. We have a responsibility to the Aina. We have a responsibility to each other. We have a responsibility, which is one good thing about, at least with Twitch. I mean, at least it's with the internet. At least people can connect and do material, real world benefit for each other, while also kind of like playing some games and for some time, like decompressing. But what the plutocrat class wants, what they are saying is a solution to political problems is artificial intelligence, and combined with virtual reality, combined with gaming, combined with virtual experiences, escapist experiences, to basically pacify the masses until they rot away in their cubicles, in their boxes. I can see this working very well. The one saving grace is that virtual reality is not very good. It's still like the penetration is terrible. It's very expensive. Now these are present technical limitations. If virtual reality were to get extremely good and very accessible and very cheap, like the level of Ready Player One, where people living in a fucking little rusting container could have it, that could be the end of every whatever your thoughts on how we're gonna undo all the problems that we have. There's no revolution. How do you fucking revolt when you're stuck permanently playing Final Fantasy 2600 in virtual reality with your waifus for the rest of eternity, right? Until you. I mean, this is like, unfortunately, this is the way. I have watched people who worked on games with me. Literally, they didn't rot away while with the headset on, but they basically wasted away and died in their game worlds. And they died at the age of 30, 35, 26. Three people that have worked with me on Terminus Machina and Neofeud have died of their own gaming universes, basically. And their gamer worlds, their Gamergate and their 4chan and their Reddit. They died in that world, imprisoned in their own self-loathing, in their own virtual simulated accomplishments, and in their reactionary directions that they were taken. 3 people have passed away. I don't want to say who specifically, but 3 of them have died. One of them was it was in an encounter with police. One of them was, it was a self-destructive encounter. One of them was I should probably say content warning, but I mean, what Silver Spook streams are, they come with a huge fucking content warning. I think that goes off in the chat. But anyways, that's a big question that I often ask myself. Is like, what your games. I hope that my games redirect people to the reality in which they live. Because while like it can be really great as a virtual attractive escape, it isn't a solution to the world's ills. The problems of this article is saying the problems of the real world will persist beyond the borders of the metaverse created by companies such as Epic, Valve, and Facebook. Without decisive and radical action, our planet will continue to burn. The gap between which the poor will continue to grow. Totalitarian political movements will flourish, all while some of us are plugged into a virtual world. So, anyways, and obviously a lot of this, maybe this is all just, this isn't gonna happen. Maybe everything's fine, but at the same time, things are simultaneously not quite as bad as what I'm saying, and simultaneously worse. It really depends on where you look. It depends on where you live. It depends on how good you are at bullshitting yourself. If you're an American, you're very good at that. That's how you can have temper embarrassed millionaires, not having an actual uprising and revolt, despite people like literally starving by the 100 million. It's like how America hasn't had like mass like something like Bolivia or Chile uprisings and fucking just shutting down of the entire economy. It befuddles a lot of people, even the French, who like have their own internal colonial and racism and other problems, but they're like, how do you guys put up with all this? This is bizarre, right? And so I think that's part of when I do the streams, is to kind of like break through a lot of that American nonsense and self-gaslighting and self-delusion, and also I'm very pissed off at a lot of these systems because I'm a native Hawaiian undergoing ongoing imperialism and racism. So anyway, it's 11:03. You just gotta get going. Probably won't be playing music, but it's okay. I mean, usually on Sunday I do kind of like a second more serious stream. Just because Holly's been on there for a long time, I don't want to go for like freaking 6 hours. Also, we will. I do want to kind of support our fellow people that are doing important raising of funds, playing games. Della and Lilith. So we will be. I think we'll be raiding into them. I think they're still going. They should be still going. But before we do that, let me just check this real fast. I'm sorry I didn't look at any chat this whole time. Sometimes I just go off and I don't look at the chat, but I'll look at it real faster. Hey, it's G.I. Jack. What is happening at G.I. G.I. Jack is works with DEF CON. One of the DEF CON. I'm sorry, I forget which one. And also I think has played Neofeud, and G.I. Jack is one of the original OG cyberpunks. DEF CON 201, a group. Yeah, there you go. No worries. I flip-flop between idealist and acceleration is for some kind of doomer. Sometimes it's much too taken. It can be a lot, It can be a lot to take in. It can be difficult to deal with. One positive thing, I think, at least I will say, I don't know if I'm supposed to be going, but I will say that like with Twitch, like at least people can like people can play those games and kind of like have fun and do escape a little bit of the fucking terrible world that is in reality, but then also talk about the real world issues. Like I was just on a stream today where we're talking about indigenous issues and being an indigenous creator and indigenous game devs. There's lots of panels and people can raise money while playing games, and they can also raise money for people's real world situations, like raise money for Della and Lilith, raise money for their unionization chapters, and do a lot of these other things. So I really hope that what doesn't take root are these kind of like people burrowing into themselves. It's easy to do that, but what I see is, just because there's a lot of negative things I just said. It's not. One thing I will say is, you take one country in Asia that is doing much better, which is full of indigenous people, and there's 1.5 times all of the Americans, Europeans, Australians, and New Zealanders, and all put together. Or three, if there's 4 Americas worth of people in this one country. Take Africa, which also is doing amazing, full of indigenous black people who are liberating themselves, and you have 3 Americas worth of people in that country alone. You've got lots of other places. You've got Vietnam is 100 million people. That's a third of America. Doing amazing things. Providing for their people. Economically growing. Dealing with, as they have a very low carbon footprint. They're doing better every day. Dealing with COVID. Have a functioning society. Have a functioning government. Are very anarchistic. More anarchistic than any American can even hope to be. They literally come out and they give food away. They don't get, the cops can't stop them from like giving food away, unlike them in America, where they surround a dumpster full of meat and then you get shot for trying to just like consume the meat. If laws are not just, they don't fucking follow them, and so there's other parts of the world that are doing way better. America is really it's really mostly the United States and some of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and there are other places that are being crushed under the boot heel of colonialism and of military. But as the U.S. implodes, the good news is it's not good. It's not going to be good for the people in America, but for those other parts of the world, for the Middle East, for Africa, which continues to be under the fucking boot heel, like I've said, it's going to be a lot easier for them. For Vietnam, who continues to endure Reuters, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, right, the right, left, and center, right, fake, left, and center bombardment of fake news, the capacity for them to enforce an international State Department cutout lies will decrease as America's capacity, as America implodes. That's not good if you live in the United States, right? That doesn't help you not doom her out, I know. But, one day the Vietnamese will come in and they will build you hospitals, electrical facilities for Texas and California. As the song of Texan ice and California fire burns it all to a crisp, other parts of the world, which historically were colonized by the United States, they don't hate Americans. They don't hate those people. They already do provide medical facilities. They provide 98% of the antibiotics of the United States. They provide $300,000 per shipping container that are coming across the ocean. They are providing things that Americans need, despite huge amounts of anti-Asian racism. Despite huge amounts of racism to other parts of the world. They continue to do business. They could easily let's just let America, why wait 10 years to surpass them? Why not just burn America to the ground by not sending any more goods and medicine? Why give them a ventilator? Why give them a 3-layer mask why give them anything? Let's let them burn. The rest of the world actually cares about America more than America cares about the rest of the world. And so one day you will be saved by these Asian countries coming in, repairing your infrastructure, building you what the neo-feudal plutocrats have stolen from you. Hopefully it's not just total chaos or nuclear war. But if not, you do have to survive this collapse, though. So, anyways, okay, stand after 11. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be getting out here. Anyways, so you can find Neofeud on Steam. I'm sorry, guys. I tend to just go off on these things if I start thinking about it. Anyway, you can find Neofeud on Steam, which is a game about a lot of these things I've been talking about. It's a game that you can get for very, not on sale on Steam, but it's a game that was less than Cyberpunk 2077. It's $15. It's a game that you can get. If you have a second to leave even a very short review, it is greatly appreciated, as it does help us to continue to make games and do streams and things like this, and support the Silver Spook Worker Cooperative. Myself and Holly and the Silver Spook commune here on the Big Island. And you can also find Neofeud on itch.io, and which is a game. You can get it for Mac, and you can get it for Linux, and you can get it for also Windows. If you don't have Windows, you can also get it DRM free if you don't like digital rights management for whatever reason. You can also support us at patreon.com/Neofeud. Where if you do become a patron, you can get access to the Silver Spook Discord. You can get access to the Silver Spook, also some of the behind the scenes stuff on. I said I was gonna show some Neofeud too. Technically, I did, but you get more background on Neofeud too and behind the scenes stuff on what I'm working on there. You can get background. I'm sorry. You can also get updates on Terminator Cyberstar, which is another cyberpunk RPG I'm currently working on. You can also support us, or you can also follow on at Silver Spook Games at octodon.social on Mastodon. Mastodon is a decentralized, non-capitalist controlled federated social media platform, which like Twitter, but basically decentralized. So there's no giant multi-billion-dollar corporation that takes billions of dollars from our favorite Star-Spangled Empire to delete indigenous people's tweets about the pipelines going through the land, to delete 3,000 people who said Breonna Taylor's name during the court proceedings, to do all kind of terrible stuff and shadow ban people who talk about anti-war and anti-imperialist and anything that threatens hegemony. On Mastodon, it's not perfect. You can have people that are in crappy nodes that don't moderate terrible, bigoted stuff, but then you can defederate from those. And so the ability on Mastodon to and there's no money. The timeline is not rigged according to the highest bidder, which is the way that Twitter is. So so it's a very in that sense very anarchistic sort of platform. Less total reach, but highly recommended. I mean, I highly recommend getting a Mastodon, especially if you do any kind of activity, because I don't know if you've noticed, there's a lot of crackdown on any kind of thing. Anything left of Biden is being deemed violent, hate speech, too political, and just like either losing, being demonetized, or just being removed from a lot of platforms. So I recommend getting a Mastodon, especially if you're doing any kind of action, even just as a backup. While we still have access to Twitter, you can follow @SilverSpookGuy, my personal Twitter. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Trekkie69, who's also a good comrade and friend. But you can follow @SilverSpookGuy, which is my personal Twitter account. You can also follow @SilverSpookGames, which is like mostly game-related stuff. It is @SilverSpookGames minus the E in silver, with updates on like other games I'm working on. You can also follow @TerminusC, which is Terminus Cyberstar is a low-poly cyberpunk immersive sim in the vein of late 90s PC games like Deus Ex 1 and System Shock 2. It is a game that is going to be hopefully coming out in February or March of this year. It's being worked on by myself, Aaron Victoria, who is the producer of that game, and a handful of other artists, writers, programmers, musicians, and level designers. Okay, that's like a test, but this is kind of like we're in the game. So it's kind of like Cyberpunk 2077, but not made by a giant billion-dollar yacht payment vehicle that is full of bugs, more bugs in the game. As far as I know, Cyberpunk, this game, Terminus Cyberstar, has less bugs. I don't want to put Aaron on the spot as the head coder, but I'm pretty sure it's got less bugs than Cyberpunk 2077. Won't melt on your PS4. I don't know if it's going to be released for PS4. Definitely PC. I'm not sure if it's coming out for all the consoles though. You can ask Aaron in the Terminus Cyberstar Discord, which you can join there. Also, I would like to thank all of these people for your continued support as Patreon patrons. Dave, James Newton, Mingzilla, Mr. Brewer, Belinda and Taylor, Kiara Copperbauer, Industrial Robot, Johnny C, Alana Montero, Sean Conlon, Danny Carroll, Eric Wright, JR, Morgan Swancroft, The Reaver, Tyler Todd Hill, Right 455, Matthew Stone, Alexander Roy Gabriel House, Alfonso De Lazar, Combo Breaker, Lark, Miro, Scholar Smith, Tim, Cabooters X, Ralph Tyner, Earl, Control.org, Extremely On and Left, Ted, Turlington, Beast Code, and Danae Paname. Thanks for your support. It is hugely appreciated. It helps us support everything that we do here. And now I think we'll just raid into we will be raiding into the ongoing fundraiser of Lilith's Fane. And please, if you have any money, G.I. Jack says Mastodon is awesome. Indeed, G.I. Jack. I know G.I. Jack is definitely up on there. We should definitely we're going to be raiding into Lilith's Fane, where they are trying to raise money for some comrades in very difficult housing situations. One of them is going to be kicked out very soon, and another is in just like a not safe place. And please, if you have any spare dollars, please support them in their fundraiser. And let's see, raid Lilith's Fane. Anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. Keep your mirror shades polished. Keep your chin up. Be cyberpunk, not cyber bougie. Sorry we didn't play any music. Next time we'll play some music. Okay. All right. Let's raid into this Lilith's Fane channel.
I couldn't even put my fucking hands on my hips.
I feel that. Silver Spook Raid. Thank you, Silver Spook. Raiders, hello.
Hello, Raiders.
Della and I are raising money for, well, getting us out of this situation where we're both like living in hostile or semi-hostile environments with, you know, the threat of eviction hanging over Della's head and actually executed in my case. Well, coming to be executed in my place. So, you know, anybody who can help out, donate